Good morning. Let me try again. Happy Friday. Welcome panel members, staff, and members of the public. Seeing that now all panel members are now present, I hereby call the April 19, 2024 meeting of the Reading Difficulties Risk Screener Selection Panel to order at 9:01. All right, so I understand that panel member Odegaard is participating in this meeting from a remote location. Consistent with the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act, I must ask, panel member Odegaard, would you confirm that you're present?
Confirmed, yes, I am present.
Morning. Panel member Odegaard, would you confirm that there's nobody in the room you're participating from remotely?
That is correct.
Thank you. Now, panel member Gravelin, would you lead us in the salute to the flag?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Member Odegaard. I'm not Odegaard, Gravelin. All right, public comment on today's meeting agenda items may be provided during the meeting either in person by signing up on the sheet located in the back table or by calling 667-770-1523 and then following a prompt to provide a participant access code. Callers will then be added to a queue. The operator will notify callers when it is their turn to provide public comment. Members of the public wishing to call in for public comment should view the live stream of the meeting to know at what time public comment will occur. When it's your turn, please mute the live cast audio. When giving public comment, please state the following. Commentator's first name and last name, and the organization affiliation, if any, and public comment. Again, the phone number is 667-770-1523. The access code is 651905 pound key. The phone number access code will also be posted at the start of public comment for each item. Public comment will be limited to 1 minute for each speaker. Item 8 is the general public comment, during which members of the public may provide comment on matters that are not specifically listed on the panel's agenda. Item 1 is opening remarks from the chair and vice chair. Given the many things that we have a jam-packed agenda items today, we have to accomplish today, Vice Chair Guerrero and I will not be providing opening remarks this morning, but provide some framings for some of the items later today. Okay, now item 2, which is the approval of the preliminary report of actions, draft March 2024 meeting minutes. The draft minutes are the attachment for item 2. Okay, we now open the phone line for public comment. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so now by calling the phone number and using the access code provided on the slide that's shown right now. Okay, while we're waiting for any members of the public to call in, do any panel members have any concerns or questions related to the draft minutes? Okay. Are there any public comments?
There are none.
Thank you. Any any discussion from panel members for the discussion on this? All right. Do I have a motion from a panel member to approve the March 2024 RDRSSP draft preliminary report of action meeting minutes?
I motion to approve the minutes. The draft.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Guerrero. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion, a second by Member Wilson. Sorry. Show of hands for those in favor. Please keep your hand until you're counted.
8-4, and including Tim, so 9-4.
Thank you. So no opposed, no abstentions, so motion carries. All right, now this will take us to item 3, which is review of the statute and panel process. This is an information-only item and will be presented by Chief Deputy Executive Director of the State Board of Education, Jessica Holmes. Ms. Holmes, you may begin.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members. Excellent. As Madam Chair said, my name is Jessica Holmes. I'm the Chief Deputy Executive Director at the State Board of Education. In what has become something of a regular item, I'm here today to provide you with an overview of the panel process, what we have done so far, where we stand today, where we're going to go in the future, as well as a review of some of the statute that members had identified as being of interest to them to review. So we'll start off with today's agenda. As many of you may know, we've been discussing, there is a state board meeting in May, and at this time we do believe that there will be a screener panel item that will be heard. We also believe that this will include a vote or an action on the review process, which we'll talk about a little bit more in item 4. The review elements and evaluation criteria, which I think we're all very familiar with. We've seen that document in each one of our meetings. And it may potentially include the rubric. I just would keep in mind that board items are subject to change until the agenda is posted. So we're anticipating these items, but that could change as the posting happens. And my understanding is that posting, the Bagley-Keene 10-day meeting requirement posting is on April 26th. So that's where we're anticipating seeing that. But that really drives a lot of the work that we're going to be doing today. So we're going to be looking at each one of those items today, and you will be asked to approve each of those documents and determine what gets sent to the state board. So, and this is because this is our last meeting prior to the May 8th and 9th state board meeting. This is really your last opportunity to provide feedback and make changes to those documents before they go to the board. In addition, to accomplish that task, we do have 2 study sessions today. As you may recall, we had study sessions last time. These are small group work opportunities. The first will be on the content of the rubric, which you had a study session on at our March meeting. So you'll have another opportunity, another go at that today. And then the second will be just to discuss the implementation of the rubric. This is a little bit different, and I want to, both for you all, but also for members of the public, just sort of make clear what the distinction is between these 2 items. So item 6 will be an action item on the rubric, and that is when you'll both have a study session and then be asked to make final recommendations and approve the rubric, the content of the rubric, for what will move forward to the board. So that's item 6, which is an action item. Then we'll have item 7, which is an information-only item. And this item is really intended for members to start thinking through what will likely be taken up at our June 6th meeting. And that is the full request for submission package. And so that will include some decisions that will have to be made around how the rubric will be implemented. And that's what you'll be discussing today in item 7. So please feel free to ask questions if any of that is unclear, what we're trying to accomplish in each one of those items. It may seem a little backwards, like why aren't we talking about implementation before we vote? But in reality, they're 2 separate things. We'll talk a little bit more about that in each one of those items. So this all, again, relates to our larger timeline that we've been iterating on in each meeting. And we'll talk a little bit more about the work timeline in item 4 because it's very much related to the review process. But there's a couple things I wanted to flag here. The first is that our May meeting was canceled. That is now up on the CDE, the screener panel website. And our June meeting, which was originally scheduled for June 21st, was moved to June 6th. And this was really done to maximize the amount of time that publishers have to submit applications, and the panel has to review those applications. We are anticipating that the panel, as I mentioned before, will be adopting the request for submission package on June 6th. Once that is done, we're hoping that we can turn that around pretty quickly. and release that package so publishers can start to look at it and compile their applications by June 12th. So it's a pretty tight turnaround, and staff will be working very hard in those 6 days to make that happen. But another reason why it's really important for us to talk through some of the issues around implementation of the rubric in item 7 today, because that will really inform a lot of the request for submission package decisions that have to be made. So that's, before I get into the statute review, I just wanted to take a pause on work timeline and what our agenda is for today to see if members have any questions, any clarifying questions or comments on that. And again, we'll get more into the work timeline in item 4 coming up next.
I thought I heard you say June 26th, but isn't it July 26th? Or is there, what is June 26th?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say, if I said 26th, I was incorrect. June 6th is the date of the meeting. Okay. And then the package submission will be June 26th.
All right, I think I just heard you wrong. Thank you.
Excellent. All right. So, like I said, as what has become sort of a tradition almost at the beginning of these meetings, I have been doing some statute reviews just to review both for the panel and for members of the public the different components of the statute. For those who are watching at home, for reference, the statute for both the mandate to screen students and for this panel that authorizes this panel are under Education Code sections 53008. So for reference, if you want to look that up, please do so. It's a pretty big chunk of language, and that's why we're taking it sort of piece by piece through this process. So at our last meeting, a member indicated that they were interested in learning more about the alternative protocol for students for whom an appropriate screening tool in their primary language was not available. So the statute did anticipate that this could be an issue and does provide some guidance. I think one thing to keep in mind, though, is that the statute also does require the panel to adopt screening tools in as many languages as meet minimum criteria, and also requires local educational agencies to adopt screeners in as many languages as reflects their students. That guidance is also reflecting the languages that students speak in the state is also a qualifying bit of language that's part of the authorization around the panel as well. So really what we're trying to do is make sure that there are instruments sufficient to cover as many languages as our students speak in the state, both at the local level and at the state level. But that all said, I think we all know that our students in our schools speak literally dozens of languages, and I think most of us here understand, even I do, that probably there aren't screeners in all of those languages. So what do we do when that happens? So the statute is very clear that when there's not an appropriate screener, then a student should not be screened. So if a student does not speak sufficient English or another language for which there is an instrument to be validly evaluated using that screening tool, then they should not be screened. And this is the purpose of this is to reduce over-identification of reading difficulty risk. The statute also says, and this is in subdivision H, if a screening instrument is not available in at least one language, before the pupil can be screened, the risk for reading difficulty shall be evaluated through an analysis of the pupil's developmental history, educational history, and literacy progress, taking into account the pupil's home background and evolving English language abilities, including speaking, listening, reading, spelling, and writing, consistent with the California Dyslexia Guidelines. So what this is essentially saying is that before a student can be screened, they have to have language proficiency in that screening instrument. And if they don't have language proficiency in any instrument, then they need to have a more holistic evaluation done outside of an evaluative tool. So really, it's looking at the information that an educator or a set of educators has about a student to try to determine their risk level. This is really important because the language doesn't say if there's no screener that's appropriate for them, don't do anything. The language says if there's no screening instrument appropriate for them, you still need to do an analysis of what you know about that student to see if maybe it would make sense for them to be identified as maybe being at higher risk, and then taking measures at that point. The language continues. It specifies that if there are components of a screening instrument that do not require English language proficiency, and I think we read this to be really any language proficiency, because there could be screening instruments that are in a language that's more appropriate for a student, that may have components that could be used. They may be used in the evaluation. The statute also says that when a pupil acquires sufficient English language knowledge and fluency to be assessed using a screening instrument pursuant to this section, or if a screening instrument subsequently becomes available in their primary language, the LEA shall assess that pupil using the appropriate instrument. So it's not that, once a student is identified as not having an appropriate instrument or not having sufficient language proficiency to take that instrument, that they'll never be assessed. It's if they acquire that language proficiency or a screening instrument becomes available, then you do assess them. Oops. So that is the language specific to the alternative protocol. There really isn't any language in here that specifies any specific authority for the panel to determine anything about that protocol beyond what is in statute. And really the impetus is on LEAs to determine what that will look like and how they will affect that. But important context to have for students who may not be able to be assessed using these instruments. So I'll stop there again to see if anyone has any clarifying questions.
I do. Thank you, Ms. Holmes. So I understand that it's outside of the panel's purview to provide this guidance. Can the panel still offer some optional guidance for or considerations for LEAs as they move through that protocol?
That's an excellent question. Just thinking about that for a second. So I would say that the panel is not, the panel cannot take any action that is inconsistent with law. So for example, the panel could not make a recommendation that, I'm just making this up, but that a pupil who is subject to the alternate protocol, that they wouldn't be subject to the analysis of their developmental history, right? Because that is very clear in law. I generally, request that members take into strong consideration only the authorities provided to them in statute. Clearly, there's nothing here that says that the panel shall not provide additional guidance, but because the statute is very clear on what needs to happen here, I think it's a little bit of a legal gray area on how useful or how allowable that might be.
And I guess I just have a follow-up. I recognize, too, we don't have the authority to offer really any guidance at all. It always goes through the State Board of Education. So even, I guess, in that realm, too, it would be outside of our purview to say we would recommend that the State Board of Education consider offering these considerations.
Again, nothing limits the panel. That nothing says here that you may not. Nothing limits your speech ability, your free speech ability. But I would caution that straying too far outside of your statutorily defined purpose is generally not a good idea. But certainly, I mean, anyone can make public comment or provide guidance to the state board, and nothing precludes that from happening.
Are there additional, Guerrero? Vice Chair Guerrero?
So, Dr. Martinez, I was thinking the same thing, so I'm glad you brought it up. So just to make sure I'm understanding this correctly, is that we can't provide examples of what schools can do or districts can do if they have students whose language we don't have a screener in, correct? So that's outside, I mean, because the way I was thinking is districts will need some type of guidance, because if we leave it to districts, they're going to, even though it's written there, they're going to use their interpretation of it. Mm-hmm. So, for example, we had a student who spoke Creole in my district. He's from So we don't have anything in Creole. So I was just thinking of that student when you said that. So obviously we're not going to screen him. And we wouldn't screen him or the child, I shouldn't say the child. We wouldn't screen the child, but then we're kind of stuck because, yes, you're providing 3 things, holistic, look at these 3 things, but it would be nice to be able to have a reference point or maybe an example of what other districts are doing or maybe some resources so we can find out what holistic means or what other districts are, how they're interpreting that when they have students who come from different parts of the world, because we also have students who come to our district with Urdu, yeah, it's like a Pakistani language, and we don't have anything. And so I don't know, as a teacher and someone who works in the district, it would be nice to have some type of guidance, even like, hey, this is going to happen. Here is what this is. There's some resources. You as a district can then come make your own decisions about that. So there's nothing like that.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. You said we can't do that, and there's nothing in the language that says that you can't, provide recommendations for things like that. However, largely the education code as a whole is under the purview of the State Board of Education to interpret. They have the regulatory authority to interpret the statute. And so I would not recommend kind of straying too far beyond the statutory purview of the panel, which is really focused on the selection of the screening instruments. To the extent that the State Board of Education defers to the panel and requests that type of support, that's certainly a different thing. But I'm sorry if I'm answering this in a way that's not entirely clear, because the statute is not super specific in this point. And again, like I said, you're certainly welcome to provide recommendations and information to the State Board, or you can send this question to the State Board if you like, to ask if they would like you to look into this. But I would just caution that anything beyond what statutorily is your charge is technically within the purview of the State Board of Education, and you wouldn't want to get ahead of the board. Yeah,
I get that point. I was just wondering if they, and again, you're not the State Board. You don't know what they're thinking. I mean, you work for them, but you don't know what they're thinking. So I was just wondering if they were even considering that. And I wouldn't mind bringing that question to them. And if you need me to type it up in nicer words, I could, just to see what their answer is. It doesn't hurt to ask.
I think the good news is that Chair Kim is going to be presenting to them in May at the May board meeting, and maybe this is something that she can flag for them that the panel has identified as being an area of question, and they can respond to that.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Kim, I understand that Member Odegaard has his hand up.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Member Odegaard?
Panelists Guerrero and Martinez are bringing up reference to earlier topics about an implementation guide. And so this is reminiscent of earlier conversations in which there had been discussion about the panel doing an implementation guide. So hearing this more clear presentation of our role raises just a simple question as of, is what they're referring to in reference to something that would be akin to an implementation guide to help people know how to implement the screening procedures?
I can't speak for what members Guerrero and Martinez had in mind. I would say that in terms of implementation authority, the panel, the statute is explicit that the panel and the board, well, it's really specific to the board, but the board has relayed that authority and charge to the panel to make recommendations to them. Is charged with providing information about how to administer the selected screeners. So that's very clearly within the purview. I would defer to members Martinez and Guerrero about whether or not that's what they had in mind for this alternate protocol as well. But that, in my mind, that's the difference, right? One is explicitly authorized in statute, the other is not.
Okay. That's kind of what I had in mind, because it's what I had in mind, because if we're doing an implementation guide for the screener, why not continue with the wording that's there and also provide as, because teachers are want to know, okay, what do I do with this child or these children? So I that's actually what I was thinking. I don't know if Dr. Martinez was thinking the same thing, where it's just, since we're already providing one implementation guide, why not just continue it?
Thank you, Member Odegaard. I think that's a great point, and I think it points to what you were mentioning earlier, Ms. Holmes, about it's difficult to disentangle some of these pieces. And so I recognize that it's the charge of this panel to really help the state implement a reading screener, and we're in this gray area where what happens then if there is no screener available. So maybe I would, I guess, second the recommendation that Vice Chair Guerrero said about bringing this question to the state board, and maybe if this is something, I think the panel is authorized for 2 years, but we're on this kind of very fast timeline around this initial year, that maybe it's something that we can, the State Board of Education would consider as this like second step around how then you address this other issue if there is no screener available and these other nuances. So.
All right, thank you so much. What I'm hearing is that I think we can think about exactly what we mean by implementation guide. We can think about it further, and we can also, I can bring this to the May board meeting. Thank you, Ms. Holmes. Are there additional clarifying questions from members? All right, thank you. We'll now open the phone line for public comment. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the phone number and using the access code shown on the slide right now. Okay, are there any speakers signed up to provide public comment in person?
There's not.
Thank you. Is there anyone waiting to provide public comment on the phone line?
No.
All right, now we'll open up for panel discussion. Do members have any additional questions or comments on this item? Having none, this concludes this information item. Okay, this will take us to item 4. We'll be discussing the review process that the State Board of Education is required to approve pursuant to Education Code Section 53008B. Item 4 is an action item, and the panel is expected to take a vote at the end of this item. As Ms. Holmes noted earlier, we anticipate that the State Board of Education will hear an item on the review process, as well as other related RDRSSP documents at its May board meeting. So item 4 will provide the panel with an opportunity to discuss the review process, to make any necessary changes, and vote on whether or not to recommend it to the State Board of Education. Because this is the last opportunity that the panel will have to consider the review process prior to its submission to the board, staff have asked that any edits that panel members recommend for the review process be in the form of exact wording to ensure that the staff do not misinterpret a requested edit. Again, Ms. Holmes from the State Board of Education will present this item. You may begin anytime, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, and hello again. As Chair Kim noted, this is the first document of the 3 documents that we anticipate the panel will take action on today to send to the State Board of Education. It's interesting because the statute really only refers to the charge of the board as being to identify a review process. So if you look at the statute 53008B, it specifically says the State Board shall establish a review process, including how screening instruments will be evaluated against the criteria specified in subdivision G, which we've talked about before, for the panel to use to evaluate and approve screening instruments. So I think we've been talking a lot about how the board has to identify criteria to measure the different screening instruments against, but really it's really specific to a review process. So how are we defining this in the panel? The way that we are defining it is through those 3 documents that we discussed. The review process, which really is a timeline for how this process will work. The second being the review elements and evaluation criteria, which really gets to that part about how screening instruments will be evaluated against the criteria. And then the rubric itself, which really gives a more practical view of how we are interpreting those review elements and evaluation criteria. So this statute, it just says they'll establish a review process, but we are interpreting that to include all of those components. So this is the first of those 3 components. One thing I would note is that we are defining the review process that the board has to adopt as being these 3 documents. However, the board may choose to interpret it differently, and they may choose to approve all or some of these documents to meet their statutory obligation under the code. So just keep in mind that what the board actually takes up in May could look different from what we're taking up today. It is their prerogative to determine how they want to interpret the law. The timeline that we developed, we've been talking a little bit about timeline at each meeting that we've had so far. And so we've kind of been working towards this and hinting at some of these things. But there were a few considerations that were priorities to staff that we understood to be priorities from you all when developing this timeline and review process. So one, of course, we need to meet the statutory requirements. Recall that one of the most important dates in our statute is December 31st, 2024, which is the date by which the list of approved screening instruments has to be identified. The second priority was we wanted to maximize the amount of time that applicants have to prepare their submissions to us. We understand that what we'll be asking for may look different than what publishers have submitted to other states. We understand that it's relatively complex, the things that we want to see from folks. So this really requires that we maximize the amount of time that publishers have to prepare while still meeting that December statutory date. We also wanted to maximize the panel's review time. Recall that not only does the panel have to engage in scoring of each of these submissions, but also to provide information to people who will be implementing the screeners on how to do that, how best to do that. And so that's quite a bit of work for the panel to take on. So we want to maximize that time. And then it may be necessary to allow for an appeals process. And so wanting to make sure that we leave some time at the end of the process to allow for that to occur if necessary. So this is all in the item the item addendum that you can find online and panel members that you have in your packet. But I just wanted to review briefly for folks here and folks at home some of the key dates that we have. So we all know that we've had our February and March panel meetings. And today, obviously, April 19th, we're having our 3rd panel meeting. And as I mentioned before, we'll be taking up the 3 documents, the review process, review elements and evaluation criteria, and rubric. The May State Board of Education meeting is currently scheduled for May 8th and 9th, and they may also be taking these up. Again, they can choose to take up fewer if they want to. I also, as I mentioned earlier, our May panel meeting was canceled, and our June 21st meeting was rescheduled to June 6th. At that June 6th meeting, the panel is recommended by staff to approve the request for submission package. That will be the document that guides the submission process for applicants. Also, as I mentioned earlier, we're then anticipating a very tight turnaround from that June 6th meeting to posting the request for submission, which will allow folks to start applying. We don't have currently any plans for our July panel meeting. However, depending on the work that the panel decides to take up, there may be some items that the panel wants to figure out in that time. The summer will be an opportunity for us to prepare for the scoring process, so there may be some aspects of that the panel wants to consider. So there's some time in the summer for the panel to think through some of the things that it wants to think through. One of the things that the panel could be working on over the summer is the screener information template. And this is the document that we anticipate that the panel will use to provide information, administration information, to implementing LEAs and educators for each of the screening documents. We anticipate this will be a common template for this work for each screening instrument. We are recommending a due date for submissions of August 30th, 2024. This will give publishers 11 weeks from the date of the request for submission posting to submit their applications. We do hope that folks who are planning on applying have been watching these meetings and paying attention, because to the extent they have, they'll get a preview of what they can expect and kind of stretch out their time a little bit more to start preparing for that process. But it's almost 3 months that publishers will have to apply. Currently, we don't have any proposed actions for the September and October panel meeting. However, that doesn't mean that we're anticipating that the panel will be doing nothing. In fact, we think the panel will be very busy working on the evaluation of the different applications, as well as working on providing the implementation information for each of the screeners. And finally, we are recommending that the panel take up the final list of the screening instruments and release the screener information for those instruments at the November panel meeting. Recall, as I said earlier, there may be a need for an appeals process, and so we need to build in some time at the end of this process to allow that to happen. To the extent that there were appeals and the process needed to take place, we would anticipate doing that at the December panel meeting. And that takes us up to our December 31st, 2024 date, and that's how we are planning to meet the statutory requirements. So I'll stop right there for a moment. I know this is a new document for folks in the field and for you all here. So wanted to make sure we're answering any clarifying questions or addressing any concerns you have about the draft review process. I'm also happy to not have questions or concerns because you think the document is ready to go.
All right, I'll open up for public comment. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling in the phone number and using the access code shown on the slide right now. Are there any speakers signed up to provide public comment in person?
There are none.
Thank you. Let's see, is there anyone waiting to provide public comment on the phone line?
There are none.
All right. Now, just open up for any further comments or not further comment? Any comments from the members just one more time, just to ask? Okay. Member Martinez?
I just have a clarifying question about the September and October. Should we continue to hold these dates on our calendar? Okay.
At this time, we're not anticipating canceling any of the remaining meeting dates. We anticipate that, and I should have mentioned, the time between the August 30th and the November meeting date is also 11 weeks. So 11 weeks for folks to submit and 11 weeks for you to consider. A lot of that evaluation will need to happen publicly, so we will need both of those meeting dates, we think, to get through the evaluation process. So we think those will be very busy meetings indeed.
Thank you. Member Neeson?
Hi, thank you. One quick question. How many people will be assigned to review each one, or is that going to be contingent upon the number of submissions?
That is a great question that staff will be asking the panel to think through as part of item 7's discussion today.
Okay, I don't see any further comments or questions. Do I have a motion for this item? Member Neeson?
I move to approve the draft review process timeline.
Thank you. I have a motion by panel member Neeson to accept this review process. Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
Thank you. I have a second by Vice Chair Guerrero. Now, before the vote, is there any further discussion? All right. Ms. Holmes, would you please call the roll?
Member Grasso?
Yes.
Member Gravlin?
Yes.
Vice Chair Guerrero?
Yes.
Chair Kim?
Yes.
Member O'Brien?
Yes.
Member Odegaard,
Yes.
Member Neeson,
Yes.
Member Martinez,
Yes.
Member Wilson.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Thank you. All right. So we were going to take a break, but given that we actually are moving pretty fast, we're going to continue to item 5. Okay, so item 5, we'll be discussing the review elements and evaluation criteria that the State Board of Education is also required to approve pursuant to Education Code Section 53008B. Item 5 is an action item, and the panel is expected to take a vote at the end of the item. Now, as with item 4, we anticipate that the State Board of Education will hear an item on the review elements and evaluation criteria at its May board meeting. So item 5 will provide the panel with an opportunity to discuss the review elements and evaluation criteria and make any necessary changes and vote on whether or not to recommend it to the State Board of Education. As with the prior item, staff have asked that any edits that the panel members recommend for the review elements and evaluation criteria be in the form of exact wording to ensure that staff do not misinterpret a requested edit. I would like to note that this is the third time that the panel will be taking up this document, so we're not anticipating substantial edits today. Now, Ms. Jennifer Joppel from Wested will be presenting this item. Welcome, Ms. Joppel. Whenever you're ready, you may begin your presentation.
Thank you. Good morning. Is the mic on? Yes. Okay. Good morning. Jennifer Zoffel with Wested. Glad to be with you this morning. So we wanted to start today by just sharing the changes that are reflected in the review elements that were posted as a part of this item. So firstly, all of the tracked changes that you all looked through in our March meeting, those are all incorporated in that item. I didn't want to put everyone to sleep by taking you through all those slides again, but you did see them in March. And then there were 2 items that were as directed by the panel during the March meeting. The first was regarding the very first bullet of what was the additional comment section, and I'll show you these in detail, but just to summarize, and then a request for added definitions. So we'll go through those as well. There are also a few changes made clarifying edits. The first were to help align with updates made to the rubric. So those you won't have seen yet, and we'll take you through those, as well as an updated header. So that's sort of a summary of the changes thus far. So in terms of the details of it, Section 3, which was originally called Additional Information, the recommended change here is to change it to Communication and Resources to better reflect the information that's captured in that section. And the first bullet, where we're looking for a little more clarification around the intent or the intention behind what that bullet was. Now written to say how information about student performance and relevant context factors are reported and decoded by the screening instrument to identify student needs and next steps. Let me pause on that one, give you an opportunity to read. I did see a hand go up by Member Wilson. Chair Kim, would you like us to take questions as we go on these?
Oh, I just wasn't sure what the process is. Are we going to see all of it and then discuss, or discuss at the point?
Whatever is your preference, I'm happy to do either.
Because you're presenting specific pieces, so why don't we discuss at a specific point? Would that work?
Yeah, on item A, the word decoded doesn't seem right to me, and I know we're supposed to give the exact word. Nothing's popping into my mind, so I'm hoping one of my fellow panel members can think of something, but that just doesn't work for me there. And my mind's a little blank about what would be the right word, but decoded by the screening instrument doesn't sound right.
See, perhaps a suggestion from panelist Martinez?
Yeah, it struck me similarly. This is just a suggestion. So maybe instead of decoded, it's then reads, let's see, where does it, reported and factored into the screening instrument's determinations about student needs and recommendations for next steps.
So I believe the suggestion is replace decoded by with factored into.
Factored into the screening instrument's determinations about student needs and recommendations for next steps.
Any thoughts or reactions? Yes, panelist Neeson?
Just to kind of simplify, to me, it seems we could just change decoded to interpreted. But so it would read, relevant context factors are reported and interpreted by the screening instrument to identify student needs and next steps, because then you only have to change one word, perhaps? Just an offering.
That seems satisfactory to the group. I'm seeing some head nods. Yes? Okay. So removing decoded by and instead placing in interpreted by. Okay, thank you. Any other comments before we move forward? Okay. So here are some of the edits that were made in order to better align with the rubric. The criterion validity in particular, the notion of exceptionality status was added in. And so in order to have this reflect in the review elements, we wanted to make sure to put this in front of you. The only changes in order to keep it in line with that.
Thank you. I do have a question, not question, but maybe a recommendation related to both exceptionality status and language background, language varieties, and linguistic backgrounds, and that we possibly include definitions like we do for the validity pieces, because it's going to come up when I don't know if you did anything different. I think you did for language varieties, but it's the same point. There's different terms that are used, and this is a complicated issue. If we can just pull that into a definition.
Are there sort of field standard definitions that are recommended?
Member Neeson?
I believe in our district and districts across the state that when you refer to exceptionality status, it's pretty widely accepted to mean, whether or not the student is in special education or whether they're a gifted and talented student, some of those pieces. So I don't think we really need to define this particular language, but I'll leave it to the panel.
Thank you. So this brings up an important question about definition. I guess if we provide definition on this one, then we have to think about what else do we need to provide definitions on, right? So if we believe that these are widely understood, maybe it's not necessary to add definitions, because otherwise it just opens up a lot of possibilities and the document will become pretty long. Yes, Member Neeson.
Just as an example, we refer to students as 2E, twice exceptional, when they are both gifted and a member of the special education population. So that's why I believe that to be sort of a moot point in terms of a definition. I also think that if we try and add definitions, it's going to delay our process even further. And I know we want to move forward with these review elements for the board to vote on.
That's correct. Thank you. And if we do, then we have to come up with exact wording at this point. Thank you. Vice Chair Guerrero?
I'm assuming if someone has any questions that we would just clarify some of the terminology. Is that a possibility, like in the future, or does anybody of the publishers or anybody that's going to be working with these elements, would we be able to clarify that for them? Should they call or ask?
I think part of the process that's being considered is having a conversation with, with an open meeting for those who want to apply to the process. But I think that as far as further defining them or adding more structure to them, what gets voted on here and moves forward to the board is sort of the voice of the panel.
Well, I don't think we need to add a definition, but should someone say some district who's not quite sure what exceptionality status is, or a public, or anybody, how would they contact the panel to just make sure that they're on the right track if we're not providing a definition?
Chair Kim, did you have a response to that? Or I couldn't tell if I was missing.
I will defer to Ms. Holmes.
I think one of the benefits of public meetings is that, especially these ones, are recorded in archives. So to the extent folks wanted to refer back to the conversations around this point, we'll still have these meetings archived. So even if you aren't here anymore, the intent and definitions that you're discussing here will still be here. I will say though that legally, unless the panel votes that all are in agreement on certain definitions, we can't really say that the panel is defining something a certain way. It's only certain members that are identifying their intent for the definition. So just some things to keep in mind. But there is a record of these conversations that will be available on the state website if folks want to go back and look at what the general consensus was on definitions.
Thank you. Member Odegaard.
In relation to the comments just made, it does seem cumbersome as being identified to have to define everything. Would parentheticals be another option when we do identify as a panel? For example, an IE or an EG. For example, behind specific language background, i.e. home language, language dialect, language variation. Now, dialect is clearly defined, and you could find that on about language variation. But I'm not saying that for we change it right there. I'm asking the panel and others if that might be a lighter lift as far as coming up with wording. If we do find a mission critical thing that we want to try to provide clarity to, is parentheticals in the document itself.
Thank you, Member Odegaard. For example, linguistic backgrounds, we do have EG, those who speak English dialects and varieties. So I think that's one way you're referring to.
Correct. I'm just reminding us that we might consider something less cumbersome for our folks who are definitely facilitating us getting this work done and the work that the state board needs to do.
Thank you. Member Martinez?
Yeah, I agree. I guess the issue I found, which is somewhat related then to the exceptionality status, but I don't want to push this. I do want to push the language background. There's a variety of ways in which that's captured in the document. And so I think that consistency is important. The importance of flagging that we're talking about other languages besides English, and then we're also talking about and varieties and so forth. But we're also talking about it within English. And so that's what I was struggling for in finding then a common way to do that. I don't know if Member Odegaard's recommendation is good. I don't know if as long as we understand that, and that I guess it's in the record, that we're talking about English varieties and as well as other languages when we talk about varieties and dialects.
Thank you. So I don't see your slide on the particular item. So I wonder, so if you had a chance to look at this document, there have been changes on that regard, right? So linguistic backgrounds, for example, e.g., those who speak English dialects and varieties, and that's applied in a few places. So if you want to add additional information, I suggest that you provide exact wording and locations. Member Wilson.
So I think you're talking about page 3 on reliability, and it says included in each subgroup and language backgrounds, e.g. those who speak language varieties. And I think what you're saying is it should say those who speak other languages and language varieties. Is that what you mean?
That's one potential, but it's not just page 3. It is then there's other sections of the document where we talk about language backgrounds, or we talk about linguistic variety, or we talk about so it's consistency, and it is then this comprehensive way of capturing. It's both other languages, it's also language varieties and dialects, and we're talking about English as well, not just other languages.
Right. So maybe we could come up with the language here on page 3 and then just use the exact same language every place. Okay.
How about, I suggest the first time it's mentioned is page 2.
Perfect.
If you go to page 2 at the bottom, B, description of assessment battery B, if you look at considering students' age and developmental level and linguistic backgrounds, so maybe there we can clarify it. So let's think about some wording there. So currently it has those who speak English dialects and varieties.
So what I had put in my document, again, this is just for recommendation, is instead of linguistic backgrounds, it would be language backgrounds, i.e. those who speak other languages, as well as English dialects and varieties.
So those who speak languages other than English, those who speak English dialects and varieties.
We're also changing linguistic to language.
So instead of linguistic backgrounds, it'll be language backgrounds. I'm wondering about, you said IE instead of EG. Because if you use IE, it limits it to those specific. I wonder if we do, is there any other backgrounds that we're missing if we use IE? If not, we can use IE. Any thoughts, IE versus EG? EG is fine, is what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll go with, here's what I'm hearing. Language backgrounds, e.g., those who speak languages other than English, those who speak English dialects and varieties. All right, thank you so much. Member Neeson.
So in that case, would we just use that same phrasing in the other areas where we see that?
Exactly, so that applies to page 3. Under psychometrics, we see those who speak, let's see, characteristics. So I'm looking at page 3 in parentheses, e.g., grade, age, gender there.
It's under reliability, item 2.
Chair Kim.
The portion where the track changes is.
Okay, so yes, I was looking at Member Martinez.
Yeah, I actually added it to the top paragraph because it was missing from there. So
Yes, I was looking at that area. So would you say specifically a little bit about wording there?
So after socioeconomic status, and then we'll include whatever language we have, and those from different language backgrounds, this parenthetical, then it would be the same. And then in the reliability subpoint 2 is where then we add in that same language. So it is missing from there too, in those both instances.
And to clarify, in those sections where we're using that newly named language, we would strike out what is existing that's there, replace it. Okay,
As it pertains to language background or linguistic varieties, and yes.
thank you.
So let me read for the first part, participant section, so that we make sure that it makes sense. Information on the participants who participated in the collection of reliability and validity data, including the numbers of participants, demographic characteristics, e.g., grade, age, gender, race, ethnicity, exceptionality status, English learner status, socioeconomic status, and language backgrounds. Then they will have the language backgrounds there. They will have a bracket again, right? E.g., those who speak languages other than English, those who speak English dialects and varieties, and then we continue on, and then geographic region. Is that correct? Does that read correctly? Does that make sense now? Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Thank you. Now, Vice Chair Guerrero.
Okay. The only thing with subpoint 2 is that we would eliminate speech or hearing, because that had a little bit of wording. That would stay?
Yes.
Okay. So, I see. So that would include, and that would stay because it's and those. Okay, got it. Thank you. Just want to make sure.
So further clarifying on point 2, the only pieces to strike as the first part of the EG, those who speak language varieties, that would be stricken and replaced with the original, and remaining would be, and those with disabilities, e.g. speech or hearing. Is that correct? Thank you.
All right. Any additional comments?
It's related to this piece, right?
Right.
I believe Member Odegaard has his hand raised.
Okay. Thank you. Member Odegaard first, and then we'll go to Member Neeson.
Yeah, really quick. On that point that panelist Guerrero, I want to see and honor her because it's unfortunate, but it does need to stay that way, because it would be better if California identified people who had other modalities of accessing language as a language variation, opposed to something that's broken and disabled in them. So, panelist Guerrero, thank you for seeing us.
Thank you. Thank you for recognizing that.
And was it Member Neeson?
Oh, yes, Member Neeson.
I was just wondering if maybe I missed it when we talked about it. Did we also adjust that same language under criterion validity in the 3 places where it's there? Because it's under number 3, criterion validity, the first bullet. It says specific language background, so we would want to change there. And then also under classification accuracy and types of decision rules.
So the suggestion that we would take the EG language and after the word background in the first bullet of criterion validity, add it in there?
I think my question is, it appears under reliability. Does it need to also appear under criterion validity? Or because is it redundant to keep offering it there, or do we just leave the language background like it is?
That's a great question, Vice Chair Guerrero.
It's okay. In my opinion, I think we should continue for consistency to have that language. But again, it's up to us to decide that.
Any thoughts? Member Grasso.
Yeah, I would agree that we should keep it consistent. If we're going to put it in one place, just keep putting it in everywhere.
So let me just ask a procedural question to Ms. Holmes. Based on what panelist Grasso said, the idea, and Vice Chair Guerrero, for consistency's sake, can we simply say anywhere that there is language background, we will put in the EG, or do we need to identify each spot where we want to add it?
Yep, I was actually looking at that. If we do that, and there will be, under criterion validity, there are 3 places. One, the first bullet point, and the 3rd and 4th. And I'm trying to think about whether it makes sense. Criterion validity. Yes, I personally, I think that it makes sense to specify, but that's my thought. Member Wilson.
I was just wondering if we could do it, because EGs sometimes make word salad, so it makes it really hard to follow the flow. If we do it the first time within each subheading,
Yep.
So under psychometrics, the first time we do it and then we don't do it, it might eliminate, it just makes sentences really hard to track when there's a lot of EGs in there. So but I'm always a less is more. So I mean, I can go with the will of the group. It sounds like several of you think it's a good idea, but I feel like some of these sentences are dense and packed with information. So I'm kind of, if we go by the subheading, first time in that subheading section we do it, that would be my preference, but I can go with the will of the group.
I appreciate that. So if we do that, I think when we specify in the participant section in the psychometrics, we specify everything there, and then in the subsections, reliability and validity, we can just go back to above reference subgroups. That just means just referring back to the whatever was referenced. So that's one way of simplifying the document and keeping the information that we want to convey. Any thoughts on that? Member Ryan.
Just to clarify, so you're saying to put it in that first paragraph?
Right. So page 3, if you look at page 3 on the participant section, so the second line, including the numbers, participant demographic characteristics, there in the EG section, we list whatever is needed, right? So that will be the reference point. And then underneath it, whenever we reference it, reliability point 2, we'll say reliability by above reference subgroups. And then validity, content, and then construct validity and criterion validity will also say by above reference subgroups. So that subgroups reference will be under the participant section. Member Martinez.
So, I'm sorry. So when you say participant section, you mean the participants section in this under psychometrics?
Yes, under psychometrics. So page 3, psychometrics, participant section.
And so there's another reference prior to that. So we would keep the definition or the e.g., the example.
Right there.
In the description of the assessment battery. And then in the psychometrics, we would just have it.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's nice and clean.
Member O'Brien.
Can you read the revision one more time while we're thinking of writing?
Sure. So again, just to be clear, we're looking at page 3, psychometrics, participants section. Information on the participants who participated in the collection of reliability and validity data, including numbers of participants, demographic characteristics, e.g., grade, age, gender, race, ethnicity, exceptionality status, English learner status, socioeconomic status, and language backgrounds. And then there's going to be a bracket, e.g., those who speak languages other than English, those who speak English dialect and varieties. Then close the bracket and geographic region, including urbanicity.
Okay, so that
include everything?
That would be missing the students who are speech or hearing.
Those would be in the exceptionality status, if I understand it correctly. So exceptionality status will include disabilities as well as gifted, right? So disabilities will include speech and hearing or language or impairment.
Right, but there won't be an EG in that particular phrase. So in other words, exceptionality status, do you want EG speech or hearing?
That's a great question. Let's hear about it. Member Wilson?
So so we could move that EG up next to exceptionality status in the participant section, and then it would be all inclusive.
I think that's I'm sorry.
No,
Okay.
go ahead.
I like that idea, Member Wilson, because then we're not losing that, and also because we are talking about specific speech or hearing, because we're talking about language, not exceptionally status can be learning disability. I mean, there's a lot of things, categories. So this is specifically to that particular point. So I like that idea.
May I repeat back what I think the suggestion was? Make sure that I got it correctly. So in the introductory paragraph on psychometrics, page 3, after exceptionality status, we would insert parenthetical e.g. speech or hearing, close parentheses.
Do you want to add speech or hearing disabilities or the impairment or just speech or hearing? Okay. Any other thoughts?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. So here's what I'm hearing. So we add that parenthetical piece, and then we replace those who speak language varieties into language backgrounds, right, with example, etc. And then reliability point 2, we're going to state the reliability by above reference subgroups, right? And then when we go to validity, point 2, construct validity, and then I think we're not going to touch that. Let's go to validity, section 3, criterion validity. There, concurrent and predictive correlations overall and by above reference subgroups, right? And then we move on to page 4. Second bullet point, reported by the above reference subgroups, and then take out the rest. The same thing. The last bullet point, types of decision rules reported by the above reference subgroups. If we do that, what's missing? What's left out there then? What's there in the subgroups, but the new piece here is the prior education piece. We need to keep that, I believe, right? So by above reference subgroups and prior education.
So let me repeat back what I think you're saying, and then I think Panelist Martinez has a comment. Suggesting striking all of the language after the word subgroups, with the exception in classification accuracy, leaving in and prior education. Okay. So strike everything up to that point.
That's what I see.
Okay. Panelist Martinez?
Yeah, I think another piece that is missing is English proficiency level.
Right.
So in classification accuracy, right?
Yep.
And decision rules.
Mm-hmm. So, okay. So that applies then to criterion validity, the first bullet point on page 3 as well.
So just so that to clarify again, we're suggesting leaving in English language proficiency level because that's not covered in the above mentioned.
Exactly.
On the first bullet under criterion validity, it ends with the words where appropriate. Do we keep those in?
Yes. My preference is to keep it in because, they may not be able to, they may not have a data for all these subgroups. So when appropriate, where appropriate sounds great to me.
Okay.
Okay, Member Brian.
It's just a clarification. When in the participants, when it says English learner status, does that mean that you are going to differentiate between long-term English learners at risk. Is that what that's referring to? Or just that the child is or the student is an English learner?
My assumption is that we don't have a further breakdown, that we're just talking about do they have English learner status or not, but not the sub-breakdown.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, yes.
Sorry, just good question, Member O'Brien, because I was thinking it was just a English level, like proficiency level, yeah. So we're just determining whether the status is their English learner or not, but not necessarily their proficiency level. Okay.
Member Ryan?
So that would be important when it comes to validity, the proficiency level. That's where it would come in.
Yes, and it's called out there in that section. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, let's take a look at the definitions that were added to this addendum. On the left side of the slide, we have the terms that we defined, and on the right-hand side are the sources that we used for each of the definitions. And then I will go ahead and click through each, but are there any questions about which terms were included or the sources that were included? Okay. I have them on the slides in front of you. They are the same as your printed item that you have as well. So we'll just take a moment to pause and let folks read through classification accuracy and reliability. Any questions or comments for classification accuracy or reliability? I'm watching my Zoom screen on this one. Okay, moving to the next slide is validity and construct validity. Questions or comments on either of these definitions? Then we have content validity, criterion validity, concurrent validity, and predictive validity. Questions or comments on these four? So that brings us to our ultimate question, which we might not be ready to answer yet until we take a break, but I'll give you the question, which is the review elements document, which you have in addendum 1 for item 5, is the review elements document clearly articulated and well aligned to the purpose of the statute? So this would be an opportunity if there's any other panelist comments before we move to public comment. Panelist Martinez?
Yeah, I think there was a formatting issue that because it didn't seem clear to me in the very first section where you're describing the section. You have A through F, but F seems to be a continuation of E. Otherwise, E just doesn't have an ending.
I see where you're pointing out. I think that's correct. I think that's correct as formatting. We'll double check. Thank you. Panelist Neeson?
I think overall it meets what we set out to do, and I really like the new clear definitions and the articulation of the different subgroups and pieces that were added and discussed today.
Thank you. Okay, Chair Kim, we're ready to move to public comment?
Okay, I'll open up to public comment. Members of public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the phone number and using the access code shown on the slide. Are there any speakers signed up to provide public comment in person?
We do have one person signed up.
We encourage you to please state your name and affiliation for the record.
Hello, my name is Adan Luevno. I'm with the California Federation of Teachers. I would ask that you reconsider defining exceptionality status. As someone who works in the field, most of my colleagues, I'm also a school psychologist, most of my colleagues do not use this term. And the people that would be administering this test and making decisions using that word would not understand the wide range that has been used within this panel today. So I would encourage you to reconsider defining that term so as to ensure that proper administration and understanding of this assessment. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
There are none.
Thank you. Is there anyone waiting to provide public comment on the phone line?
There are none.
We'll now open for panel discussion. Now, do the members have any additional questions or comments they would like to make on this item? Vice Chair Guerrero?
Can we comment on a comment? All right. I actually, I like the idea of defining it because even though he's right in the sense that not everybody's going to know that. There's like in my district, we don't really use that. I know what it means, but we don't use it. So it would behoove us just for clarity to maybe add it. And maybe is there an area where we could add it so we don't have to add it in every single page, but just one area where it kind of defines what it is or give the example? Because it's gifted. It's like 3 things. So I don't know what you guys think. Again, California is huge. And so to just clarify as much as we can would not necessarily hurt us at all.
Panelist Wilson?
Yeah, I was looking back at my notes from the very first meeting, and that was the term that I said I thought we needed a definition for. And I think now on page 3, we added parens, e.g., speech and hearing, but it's broader than that. So I think a better definition would be good. Maybe Member Odegaard has a suggestion for us.
I'm trying to do a Google search right now to see if there's anything in California statute that would suffice, because we need to be kind to our people that are trying to support us. So I'll keep Googling away and see if I can find something in your current statute.
I think then we could replace that parenthetical on page 3, and that would cover it if we could get something really concise, a good EG. So I agree.
Sounds good. If you have any suggestions on wording, if you find something, please let us know. Member Neeson.
Can we, as a panel, agree what we think those things are? So for me, when I think about exceptionality status in terms of education, I think about students who are identified as particular subgroups that require different types of differentiation. So for me, when I think about exceptionality in this lens, I think of gifted and talented students, and I also think of students with disabilities. Are there other categories that we would also include in that?
And if I may also offer just a reminder that this document primarily is for the panel's use, right, when evaluating. So making sure that there's common understanding among the panel is likely the priority.
Thanks for the reminder.
I understand it, just like you said, to be the gifted. I mean, anything falling within the world of
Could you speak into the mic, please? Sorry.
Oh, it's okay. Anything falling within the umbrella of special education, which is also gifted, is what exceptional status means to me. But I do like that we agree on that's what we're going to use, because if just so for consistency purposes, we're all thinking the same. But it would be nice if we could just maybe, I'm looking for the first time exceptional status shows up, so maybe we could add it there. But I'm still looking for it.
So just to remind ourselves, what I'm hearing is, for our panel's use and understanding, we need to have a shared understanding what exceptionality status means. And what I'm hearing is that, and I share the same understanding as well as others, it includes both gifted and talented and disabilities. If that helps our panel members' understanding in this document, then we could include that piece when it's first mentioned. So one idea could be, what potential option would be adding a formal definition. Another would be adding a parenthetical examples, or i.e. those with exceptionality status include those who are gifted and talented as well as disabilities. That could be one option. Team member Odegaard?
So my search has come back with some germane information to this topic. To speak directly to the concern from the public member, the California Association for School Psychology, the governing body that that certifies individuals who are school psychologists at the state level underneath NASP, the national organization, does have documentation and does use the term exceptional needs. And they cite in their online documentation for their members, which I'm assuming the public commenter is. So one point of clarification, exceptionality is used in CASP's documentation as well as NASP documentation, which is, he spoke specifically to the needs of school psychologists. Secondly, in this white paper, CASP specifically references Educational Code Section 56026 from California, 56026 from California, as required by Code Section 56320. And then this white paper from CASP goes on to identify the disability categories that are fairly inclusive in accordance with California statute. So I'm just going to say that I gave you guys information. It seems like the concern from the public was specifically about school psychologists. Their body that helps them have a professional society gives them guidance. And the inclusion of the exceptionality of gifted would expand that, and that's been discussed. So I'm just going to give that to you for information, and I'm going to go back on mute. Thank you.
Thanks for looking up and sharing that information. So going back to the discussion, this is for panels use and what will be helpful for our own use. Member Neeson.
I propose that in the area under psychometrics where it first appears, in that first paragraph around participants, after exceptionality status, we add the parenthetical to say exceptionality status, parentheses, e.g. students with disabilities or those identified as gifted, end of parentheses.
Thank you. Any thoughts?
I have two clarifying questions. You said or, but earlier you mentioned, so should it be and or? Okay. And also, earlier we were going to pull over the language, speech, or hearing within that EG. Should that still be the case?
Vice Chair Guerrero?
Two things. First, I agree with the wording used by Member Neeson in the parentheses for exceptional status. The reason, if you look at psychometrics subpoint 2, we were talking about speech and hearing. I think that's just because it's under the language backgrounds area. I think that should stay, in my personal opinion, because that's dealing specifically with language backgrounds. Exceptionality status is a broader term, and that's dealing with disabilities and or gifted and talented. That's my opinion.
I agree.
I think what I'm hearing as a suggestion, just want to confirm, is that for the paragraph under psychometrics to only have within the EG students with disabilities and or those who are identified as gifted, end parentheses, and that the speech or hearing stays in the section, the description of battery, section B2 as it is. Okay, thank you. Panelist Martinez?
I don't have any further questions about this. I have another question. So are we done with this?
Any further comments on this exceptionality status piece? All right, Member Martinez.
Okay, so in the description of assessment battery in B2, there's a reference to the description of the administration and the identity and qualification of the assessor. I'm not sure what is meant by identity.
Can you tell me what page you're on? Sorry.
Page 2.
So this came up, and this refers to, for example, when you're working with students who speak African American dialect, for example. So the qualification of assessor, who refers to the fact that someone who understands, who has background knowledge on that, as well as identity, the teacher, school psychologist, whoever happens to work with, administer the assessment.
Okay, so we're just all clear on that we're looking for like cultural and racial match here. Are we referring to anything else with respect to identity? I think it's so broad. And since we're going to be interpreting it, I need more understanding of what we're after there.
Panelist Neeson?
When I read this, for me, this is what the vendors who are going to give us this assessment, what they're going to say should be the types of qualifications of the person who's going to give the assessment. So I don't know that we need to identify what that is, because that's going to be that's the onus of the vendor to say, in order to provide this assessment, this teacher should meet these criteria. That's my interpretation, which means to me, I don't think we need to like put that out there more, because that's up to them to say who's going to do it.
That's correct. So the intent is that the vendors or publishers need to specify qualifications or training requirements of the assessors. That's what we are requesting. Member Martinez, do you have further comments?
That was my take too. It's like, how is this different than the qualifications? And so maybe we just don't call that out, and we just strike identity and we just have qualifications.
Okay, so that's...
I agree with that, yeah. Identity seems like a weird word there.
Member Wilson agreed. Any further thoughts or comments on that? Do you agree all deleting identity part, just sticking with qualification of the assessor? Okay, I see yeses and nods.
So in item B2, second line, just striking identity and starting with qualification.
Correct.
So Chair Kim, when you feel like the panel has wrapped with its conversation, we'd recommend going into break. So we have some time to pull this together before the recommendation goes forward.
Got it. Thanks. That makes sense. Actually, timing is good. So now it's 10:35 a.m. We'll take a quick break and return at 10:50. All right, let's take a break. Thank you. Are now present? No? Got it. Thanks. All panel members are now present. I call the meeting back to order at 10:50 a.m. So, Ms. Jabo, please share with us some changes.
I'm so sorry, Chair Kim. I do believe that you need to confirm that Member Odegaard is there and that he's
Yes.
alone in
Thank
his.
you. I forget. Appreciate the reminder. Member Odegaard, would you please confirm you're present?
Perhaps we'll pause for just another moment while we wait for Member Odegaard to return. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right, panel member Odegaard, would you confirm you're present?
Confirmed.
All right, would you confirm that there's nobody in the room? We are participating from remotely.
Confirmed.
Thank you. Ms. Zoffel, please proceed.
Thank you. Staff has adjusted the recommendation to put in front of you. If we could bring forward the slide, please. Thank you. So the current recommendation reads as follows. Approve and recommend the review elements and evaluation criteria to the State Board of Education with the following changes as specified. Page 3, clarify what is meant by exceptionality status using parenthetical examples. Pages 2 and 3 clearly describe what is meant by language background. Page 4, replace the reference to decoded, replace it from decoded to interpreted. Page 2, replace the reference to linguistic to language. Page 2, remove the reference to identity. Simplify the document by removing duplicative references to subgroups within the psychometric section. And on page 2, correct the alphanumeric error with letter F. And we will rely on the transcripts and our notes to capture the detailed parentheticals. That's not on the recommendation.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments? If none, do we have a motion? Do we have suggested motion, the language of the motion? Nope. Then Member Neeson?
I, Jessica Neeson, move to approve and recommend the review elements and evaluation with the recommended changes.
Thank you. I have a motion by panel member Neeson to recommend with the following changes as specified. Right? Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a second by panel member Grasso. Now, before we vote, is there any further discussion? All right, Ms. Holmes, would you call the roll, please?
Certainly. Member Wilson?
Yes.
Member Martinez?
Yes.
Member Neeson?
Yes.
Member Odegaard?
Yes.
Member O'Brien?
Yes.
Chair Kim?
Yes.
Vice Chair Guerrero?
Yes.
Member Gravelin?
Yes.
And Member Grasso?
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, so we're going to continue to item 6 because we have a lot today on the agenda. We're going to anticipate taking lunch break after the study session in item 6. So this item will likely be taken up in 2 parts. So item 6 is a draft scoring rubric, and we're anticipating taking action on the rubric today as the State Board of Education may choose to consider it as part of its May board meeting. I would like to remind members that staff have made a recommendation to approve the draft scoring rubric, but based on our work today, this is our opportunity to propose and vote on any changes that we would like to see to this document. However, as with the prior items from this morning, staff have asked that any edits that panel members recommend for the draft scoring rubric be in the form of exact wording to ensure that staff do not misinterpret a requested edit. Matt Brunetti and Jennifer Jaffel from Wested will serve as a presenter and facilitator for this item. Mr. Brunetti, you may begin your presentation.
Good morning, everybody. Hear me okay?
Yes.
Everybody, Matt Brunetti from Wested, and I will walk you through the introduction to the revised rubric and pursuant to our conversations from last month's meeting as well. So if you recall from the March meeting, we had that big, in the printed form, it was a big wide format document with the rubric. The screenshot is below there. During our March meeting, you the panelists, had a chance to review the rubric documentation and in detail provide feedback through those study sessions. From those numerous suggestions and that you made, we made revisions. The staff made revisions to the rubric, and including its structure. And I'm going to walk you through those changes right now. The first thing you'll notice, and even in your printed version, and this is the addendum to items 6 and 7 today for those in the public who would like to reference it. It's shrunk back down to an 8.5 by 11 size paper when you print it. And we restructured the rubric by those review elements and the evaluation criteria, which are page 5 from item 5 that we were just looking at. So that I have underlined words here to have a common definition or a common reference point for all of us. Review elements refer to the description of assessment battery, psychometrics section, and the communication and resources section. The evaluation criteria are the page 5, like I said, numbered 1 through 6. And so now the rubric is organized as such. Also, we separated and labeled the evidence statements. By those, we were referring to the like .I, .2i, those sorts of elements. Those are the evidence statements to clearly denote the specific details within each review element as well. And then, per your recommendation from last month, we also emphasized key differentiators between the evidence levels. The evidence levels, again, are the strong, moderate, and minimal, using italicized font type. Further, we revised some of the evidence level descriptors. So we made specific revisions based on your recommendations from last month's meeting. In certain instances, we revised some of the keywords to ensure consistency and clarity throughout the rubric. If you remember, sometimes we use like limited and convincing, and we tried to make sure that was consistent throughout per your recommendation. And then where applicable, we added some contextual statements to clarify what some of the terms meant within the evidence level descriptors. There was too many of them to sort of put them all on slides, and that would have been, you heard me talking about it a lot here. So we're just, this is the summary of that, but you'll notice it throughout the document as you review it again today. And I just want to stress that all of the revisions that we made, we did intentionally as a staff to make sure that the quality and the quantity of the information was balanced. I think that's an important part that we've heard throughout all of our discussions, is that it's not just about quantity of information, it's about the quality that we want the publishers to provide to all of you. So we made sure we tried to balance that as well throughout the rubric. This next slide kind of gives a snapshot of the document you have in front of you, but just to kind of highlight again those underlined words, what they mean, and which parts of the pages that we're referring to. So the number 1 there corresponds to page 1 on your rubric, but throughout it'll be numbered, and that's the evaluation criterion, stated specifically as it is in page 5 of the review elements document that you just voted to approve. The evidence statement, and there are several of them, and they vary underneath each evaluation criteria and how many there are, but that's the next level underneath the rubric. The evidence levels, strong, moderate, and minimal. And then I highlighted in green in this particular example that italicized font to the differentiating words between each of those evidence levels. And so throughout our conversation for the rest of the day, we're going to refer to all of those as the aligned rubric criteria and refer to it by the evaluation criterion number and the evidence statement. So that, therefore, we can all have a clearer conversation. In this particular example, we would reference it as 1.1 or 1.I. So hopefully that helps in terms of our communication today as well. This is sort of like a table of contents for the rubric, I would say now. I know it's multiple pages when you print it out, but this is essentially boiled down to the highest level. You see the review elements along the left-hand side, the 3 review elements sections, essentially. Description of assessment battery. A battery got lost in that in the slide, but description of assessment battery, psychometrics, and communication resources, and then you have the aligned rubric criterion next to it. So you can see that description of assessment is 1.I, 1.2, so on and so forth, all the way to 3.I. Again, those are the evaluation criteria numbers, and then the evidence statement numbers, and so on and so forth throughout the rubric. And then the pages there refer to the pages of this document, which is the item 6 and item 7 attachment. Any clarifying questions regarding the rubric structure or the content of the rubric at this point? I can help to answer.
Okay, I'm hearing none. Thank you, Mr. Brunetti. We'll invite now Ms. Zoppel to facilitate our study session and discussion. So before we begin our discussion session, study session, I would like to note that member Odegaard will be moving off screen during the study session because if he remains on screen, his will be the only voice you can hear on the live stream. While we value member Odegaard's perspective, we want to make sure that live stream can pick up the conversation of all the study session and not just his. Now, to that end, panel member Odegaard, would you confirm that there's nobody in the room you're participating from remotely?
Confirmed.
Will you confirm if someone does enter the room during the study session, you will let staff know that we can, so that we can announce it to the public?
I will do so.
Thank you. So member Odegaard will stay on the stream until Ms. Zoppel's presentation has concluded. Ms. Zoppel, you may begin.
Thank you. So this will be similar in overall process to what we did last time. Again, as a reminder, the study session, a significant goal is to maximize transparency for the public. So all conversations are open to the public. The meeting room will continue to be recorded and live streamed throughout the study session. And similar to last time, each group will have a leader responsible for sharing aloud with the whole group when we come back together what the key points were from the study session. Any written notes are considered for personal use, and all feedback regarding the rubric content or otherwise must be shared via oral report when we come back to whole group. Any questions related to this? Okay. So in terms of the overall process, in this time we're going to ask all groups to review all sections of the rubric. So prior we had broken down, right? This time everyone is reviewing all sections. We want you to consider the structure of the in this study session, review the structure of the rubric. So, looking at the evaluation criterion, the evidence statements, the evidence levels, and also the content of the rubric in terms of the descriptions, the narratives of those pieces that we just mentioned, and looking, do we have a clear understanding between strong, moderate, minimal, how the overall content flows for you. And as has been mentioned before, we would love for specific, that you all suggest very specific edits to bring back to the whole group discussion. So, for example, our group would like to see a revision to 4.A.2, specifically ... We got great practice in that on our last go-around. But because this is our second time and hoping to be able to wrap up the very specific details, asking for those specific edits, please. The guiding question for our conversation, does the rubric have clear structure and alignment to the review elements sufficient to guide the publishers in their submission and the panelists in their evaluation. So really we're thinking about the users here, right? Who's going to be looking at and using this rubric? If not, what detailed edits do you suggest? Any questions regarding the question? Okay. So I also wanted to point out that while this conversation for item 6 is going to focus on the structure and the content of the revised rubric, later today in item 7, the panelists are going to engage in a second study question focused on implementation of the rubric. And we even heard some questions earlier today that sort of forecasted that implementation conversation. I wanted to let you know that WestEd and SBE staff will be available for questions and clarifications. So we'll be directly sitting with the groups, and that we're going to use the same groups and leaders to report back as last time. So you can see those on the screen. Group A is panelist Kim, or Chair Kim, panelist Martinez, and panelist O'Brien. Group B is panelist Grasso, panelist Gravlin, and remotely panelist Odegaard. And Group C is Vice Chair Guerrero, panelist Neeson, and panelist Wilson. So at this time, I invite the panelists to come down. We are going to ask the group that is with Odegaard, who is remote, we're going to ask you to stay on the dais just so that from a noise perspective, you're able to hear him a little bit better. And the other two groups will have one group here and one group here. So we welcome you to come on down. Oh, I see a question from panelist Wilson.
This time we're looking at the whole rubric.
Correct.
Okay, I just want to clarify that. Yes. Last time we were assigned sections.
Yeah, this time you have the whole rubric to review. Okay.
Water. It could happen. It is Friday and it has been a long week.
Because we are looking for sort of this specific feedback, there should be blank boxes for each and every piece so that you can capture that.
Okay.
No, there's one other. So I'm just bringing this for group. You all have your own rubric. Yeah. So this is really just to help whoever's.
I will be happy to take the notes and hand them to this.
And then that way you can share back what the group talked about. Does that make sense? Unfortunately, these pages don't match these pages only because there's so many other spaces.
And I'll wait to mark on this. I'll mark on my own and then we'll transfer to this so it's clean.
You'll have the detailed section that you can read. Of the rubric, you can make notes on your rubric, but this is so that you can capture what you all determined to be feedback that you want to give. Indeed, right?
How long were we working on this?
Oh, that is a great question. Let me grab my agenda. I think it's 45, but let me check.
Well, I know. Okay, so Tim, I take it you have this rubric, right?
We are aiming for 45. We'll see what it takes.
Okay.
fine for him to take notes for every single sentence. Yeah.
So I don't think we have basically to change that first sentence. Do either of you? And then the next thing is just the sentence about the theoretical framework. It's not the criteria yet. Those are separate boxes for notes. So just the sentence on theoretical framework. Any
The clarity and the difference between these
I'm fine with strong, moderate, and minimal for this category. Marking all X's. All right, next is sentence 2 about the sorts of constructs. Did we talk about last meeting about this, the visual attention? Did we say something about taking that
Well,
out? Or was that?
I think it means, I don't think we can take it out, but they may include, so we're not saying you have to have that component.
Okay, got it. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, okay. I like that. Okay. Alright, next is the strong, moderate, minimal. So my only thoughts on this, I think we've also talked about this last week, are there certain of these constructs that we thought had to be in there? And if so, should we add that into like strong, moderate, minimal? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Well, now that I'm reading these strong, moderate, minimal, I think it says that it's going to provide a rationale on why it's supporting each of the constructs that it is supporting per grade levels. I think it pretty much is doing that without explicitly stating it, which is fine.
Right, it's up to our interpretation and their explanation.
Anything else? Strong, moderate, minimal? Okay, sentence 3. I'm good with this consent. I'd be very curious to see how this actually looks, but I'm good with what they're saying. I don't know how that's going to carry over into when I actually look at something, but I get the point of what they're saying. Yeah. That's a good point, actually. Well, I'm going to write it. I'll write it just in case.
Just to make it clear that we're not just translating this from English, but right. Too big.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. Well, I wrote it down just in case. Now that this is the strong.
And then it would be the same. That same modified is in each of those.
So, yeah, I would say the same thing. I'm going to circle all 3 modifiers. Yeah, this is
yeah.
That's actually this document is pretty helpful. The note taker organizer is very helpful. Okay, now we're on sentence 2, the extent to which.
So for clarity, when we're talking about mode of administration, we're talking about, is it group or individual? Paper versus computer-based?
I think all of the above, all the logistics, basically, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, sure. So I think if mode is covering all that, I don't have any changes to that. I think. Tim, anything? No. Yeah. Okay, description tasks should include their intended and appropriate use.
See, I'm confused by that wording and how it relates to this mode of administration. Because if I'm thinking of the description of the task, and
so wouldn't that description of task fall into our other section that we were doing last week?
That seems more.
You guys gave me the crash course on the psychometrics. Clear description.
I'm just having a hard time reconciling the relevance of this to this mode of administration. Their intended and the description of the task to include their intended and appropriate use. I'm just trying to figure out what they're even trying to elicit with that verbiage as it relates to the mode of administration. Well, and that was part of our lack of clarity. I would take mode of administration to mean, okay, is it with a live instructor, or is it computer-based? Is it group administration, or is it individual or small group?
Individual.
And so when I read description of the tasks and they're included in appropriate use.
I was looking at mode as an overarching of everything that she said, including like time of administration, everything pretty much.
So the technical name or technical description, would that be something to say that they might reference their validation studies of, say, our computer administered computer adaptive assessment is very comparable to a teacher delivered and scored assessment. They might reference back to if they're doing a computer assessment, we would have to do that for research, right? If I want to do an online survey of teacher knowledge versus a project person survey, I would have to show evidence from my reviewers, editor being published. I have reason, and it's just as reliable and valid to do it online.
Right.
So it's standard as teacher administered or educator administered training, then the evidence would be suggesting that you did some type of a way of understanding that this is just as appropriate to be used as a traditional training.
So I see. So Tim, you're saying that this sub-bullet I is basically their rationale for choosing the mode. When you, that's how you're defining intended and appropriate use. That's
Administrators of time, but also I was thinking too, as far as the administration of it, it's like this can really get done in a reasonable amount of time. It's feasible to do. That was the other place that my head went.
yeah.
Like that.
So I'm kind of jumping ahead, but I'm looking at this second, like bullet, or I don't know what you call it, 2, I guess. I feel like this one is really actually covered in 2, and I actually feel like we could remove.
Right. What's the purpose of one
this,
that's different than 2?
Because 2 covers everything that we're saying, including I think 1.
I think we have questions around this because especially using benchmark assessment as outlined for project set out just based off of the statute.
Yeah, so I'm gonna write ask for clarity on two, yeah, covered in 2. Okay, so I'm gonna skip the strong, moderate, minimal, because that goes with our above question. And now we're on to the actual, the bigger chunk of this. Description of the administration, scoring, types of scores, and maybe even they could just into that.
I would feel like I have like a discussion about point I just to get clarity on what everyone thinks that means. And then
Right.
getting after I figure out that it means something to everybody.
Yeah.
Clarify that.
Yeah.
Because 2 is needed, obviously.
Oh yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Right.
It's bulky, it's got a lot of stuff in there, and I have those suggestions.
Yeah, I don't have any for that either.
The only one that I would add, and maybe this is getting nitpicky, but if we do like where it says assessment time, if we thought about average assessment time, just because they can
Oh,
vary so
like
much.
Average or suggested, or, yeah. Any suggestions for the strong, moderate, minimal categories for this one? I guess after all that discussion we had on these two categories, the linguistic backgrounds and
Very
of the,
yeah,
I don't have any like questions, but I guess whatever we said there should match here.
Right. Change it to language backgrounds instead of linguistic.
Just to confirm, because I heard
Yes.
one of the other groups also mentioned the same.
Okay.
So it'd be great to have someone report it out loud, and we'll make
Yes.
sure.
Yeah, perfect. And that was on language backgrounds and exceptionality specifically, right? Language backgrounds. Okay. Sentence 3 for instruments and languages other than English. I think that's a good, because when I read it, I didn't even, my brain wasn't even going to where you just said, but I think it might be important where it says for instruments and languages other than English, comma, we say something like including like your point about the hearing or visual impairments, because I don't think, like, I didn't even think of that, and I don't know how many people would think of that. Yeah, and we can phrase it as a
moderate. Because here we have two changes in the difference between strong and moderate. So for strong, we have compelling evidence and related to, or strong evidence, but moderate, we have reasonable evidence, and we have this qualifier, does not adequately address all relevant. And so I wonder if that but should be an or, because maybe you have compelling evidence for some, but not all. You know what I'm saying? Well, it's clearer for us trying to use the rubric rather than interpret it.
Also, tells them to put diligence on your side too.
Mm-hmm.
And then for strong and minimal, they don't really have that, but I guess they wouldn't really need it because it's either yes, no, and this is reasonable. Okay. Okay, this is now section 3. Sufficient language proficiency. I feel like we did a lot of discussion around this last meeting. What does that mean? Are they going to, do they include some type of language assessment themselves? Are they giving guidelines? I don't know. I don't know how that would play out.
All this stuff above applies to these instruments as well. So screeners and others are. So I'm just thinking out loud. You guys might watch it. So everything above they have to do.
Mm-hmm.
So and so this is just making sure what the spirit of this is that we make sure they construct it really thoughtful and compelling way. Thought about the language being targeted. Is that your interpretation?
My interpretation is if we have like a multilingual student who's trying to do the English version of this test, how proficient in English must they be to be deemed able to take the English version?
My interpretation is somewhere in between, between what you both said.
So for instruments and language other than English, so this would be an instrument that's not in English.
No, we're on section. It's 3.
Oh, we're on 3.
Yeah.
They keep testing.
That'll do it.
There we go. There we go. This one we have talked a lot about.
Yeah, we have.
By far, let's get along this one.
I have a feeling that this would probably get brought up, so I think I think for us we could just pass it over, but I am curious more so onto what this, like, what does that look like?
Yeah, I have curiosity, but I don't have the expertise that's shared by others.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll just
myself, but just defer to expertise.
right. Okay. Now we're on 3I, information about the minimum language proficiency level. So I have the same comment that I'd be curious to see what this looks like, but I don't have a suggested change for that language.
This is an aside, but it's an observation. I'm not quite sure if another state has tried to tackle the language aspect of this as deeply as we are.
Yeah, I think it might be because of the makeup of California that it's such a
So, other than Ontario, I can't think of any other sort of comparable so I'm curious to see what the publishers do.
And I don't really have any changes for strong, moderate, minimal either. So. Okay, this is section 4 now. Just the extent, yeah.
I have a thought, but I'm going to refer you guys before I say it.
I don't have a thought, so go for it.
The question is this: if I'm a publisher, if I were to Google on the state's website, would I see an easy table for me to consume that would link to the demographic part of the California population? So, can we put that link here so that the publishers are being held accountable for actually being responsive to something that's in the record?
Yeah, that's a great.
Yeah, I like that.
That's it. That's actually great.
Just like we do with the federal government. And also, I know that as a person who's working in age transfers, you have to be responsive to the population they know. So as researchers, you put those together, you yourselves you've done their own great work. We have to buy public records to do that. I'm not sure that how much publishers do that.
Reference this.
Okay, next is A, reliability 1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is that used to be the 0.7.
Dr. Gibb has a paper that was published looking at kind of the value of the way that this is calculated. She's an author on it. In the research literature, there's been some questions about how informative this index is. It's been an author on that publisher. So I was thinking about that. We had that conversation about the work, which was where the public things might say that, which is why I was like, just about time about what we're considerations for and how this relates to some of the stuff that's just published.
So that sentence is good to everyone? So, right? Any takes on the strong, moderate, or minimal? Which does seem to have our reflected changes. We're on the strong, moderate, minimal boxes for reliability. Yeah, now we're on to about the subgroups of reliability. So again, I would just say keep the language consistent based on the morning's conversation.
You guys would assume you would see that. And then I think, wasn't there a research Or am I just that's for number my question is, how would we respond? What kind of graphic yes, red, duration, is that kind of default that everybody done with that? It's typically white not Spanish, black. Hispanic has been criticized considerably because that covers a large portion of the globe right there, at least. There's no doubt it's very little science. That's what I would say, because if I was doing reporting tables, like if you report for a federal grant, those would be for all the purposes of the I just didn't know what you guys were saying on that was.
Yeah, so you're saying basically define for them what we mean when we say major racial ethnic versus leave it up to interpretation.
Because if they all give the same categories and define that, means we're not saying, well, but this one group had 8 different groups and they split themselves into this one, 3 or 4, but it's like, well, what's the 4th one?
Okay, put that down.
Curiosity. I don't have any strong feelings about it.
Okay, any comments or suggestions on the strong, moderate, minimal for this sentence? I had a note to change that. I think in the morning we ended up changing this to exceptionality status and not to say disabilities could bring this to hearing, but I could be wrong. So that's what I had a note for here. Yes, actually that is, yes.
So I think it's still a question of like, if I'm a publisher of a exterior, how would that apply to society?
Right.
Feel, touch as a way
because they're going to have to show us, if we keep it as if they've already done these reliability tests, student samples who are speech and hearing impaired, and I don't know that maybe that's her.
You might have to say, well, they didn't do that. So the question is how much of the
well, let's look at what they say in the actual strong, moderate, minimal.
Or we could word it in such a way that the publishers could interpret it as they wish. Like if we, excuse me, if we left it something to, an explanation of were those with disabilities included in your norming population, and an explanation as to why or why not.
Yeah, as long as I think we're understanding that this is reasonable, that this is setting the publishers up for success to give us what we need to be successful. I'm asking kind of a silly question because I wouldn't know.
I was like, man, I forgot my jacket today.
How we're actually scoring that in the strong, moderate, minimal, like strong, most groups are represented. Okay. That'll now. And I think we're good with the strong, moderate, minimal, right? Yeah. Okay, this is E, content validity. That's oh, go ahead.
We're about 35 minutes in. So
Okay. We made it to page 10.
10 of yours.
So we're on content validity right now.
Okay. I'm going to check that. Okay.
I don't think I have any changes for the sentence. Anything for the strong, moderate, or minimal?
Do we need to include this aspect of mode of administration? Is that not kind of already adequately covered?
I don't know, because we also want clarity to kind of look at my mode of administration. We can put a pin in that because that might, based on what we understand, the group's understanding of that need, when we look at, well, if you validate that this is appropriate work,
Right. If you've already done that, then do we really need this at this molecular level for every single?
Yeah, and then the other point on that would be, well, we can instrument overall demonstrate that content because of that.
Just imply, yeah.
Okay, got it. Anything else for strong, moderate, minimal? Okay. All right, construct validity. Any comments on the strong, moderate, minimal?
I'm trying to understand the convergent or discriminant relations.
I sabotaged this last meeting. No one told me to be on better behavior.
Yeah, I think we.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
Right. Fair.
I think I do remember seeing it. I'm pretty sure I remember seeing it in the definition. Actually, I know, we can go back to it. Well, actually, I don't see those two things in there, but... Oh, wait, no, I see them here, maybe? They're there, they're just in this.
Getting to that point, that like pre-lunch point where it's harder to concentrate.
Relations. Well, I guess, I mean, we do, it is in there.
It's there.
Yeah, it's there. It's in the paragraph on construct validity in the definitions. Yeah.
Right, yes, you have to come with background knowledge.
Yes.
Sorry, move on.
No, that's good. That's good. We can move on to criterion validity.
Let me check.
We're going to do 15 more minutes. I don't know if we're going to finish, but I think either way, that's fine. Well, I guess, what are we doing after? Like, what's happening after this? Are we going to now just like, lunch? Oh, I think 15 minutes. I didn't, yeah. I didn't know if there was discussion. I was like, oh, it's a long one. Okay.
So we're going to add about another 15 minutes to the study session. So we're going to go to a check-in at 12.
Hold on, Tim. I have to make you a little louder.
Got louder in the room.
There we go.
Okay, sorry, continue.
Yeah. But what were you saying about the strong, moderate, minimal? Oh, I see. It says and then current or. Okay. Good. Okay. All right, now we're on classification accuracy.
I don't have our previous rubric in front of me, but we had specific numbers for this, like our 0.8 for strong, 0.7 for moderate. I'm certain we did, but now those levels are taken away.
So we can suggest something back. Like something like this.
Right. I'm not making it up, right? We have those.
I remember us writing it, yeah. So would that be after clear and compelling evidence?
I don't think we added those in.
No, I think that they were originally there, so that's why I'm wondering of why they're missing, why they were omitted now. No, because I think the only one that we changed there was the other one where we increased from 0.7 to 0.8 for strong, but I don't think there was this case where those levels weren't explicitly provided.
Yeah, could probably answer that question.
Okay. Hold on, we might have an answer here. So in the original rubric for this classification accuracy,
Weren't there defined levels for sensitivity and specificity with the 0.8, 0.7?
Yes.
Why were those omitted for this version?
They're omitted for reasons of accounting for the different student groups where to allow you to evaluate whether that, based on the context of the need, whether it was actually, and to, is where I think it was going. Let me just read the, yeah, so we removed them and established this estimates of sensitivity because we are strongly aligned with the intended outcome. So endpoints, meaning depending on how, like what the specificity and sensitivity measures are aligned to or predicting essentially is it allows for variability in the grade level and in the so that you can use that more. So like if we were worried that if the appoint established a policy, that some of them would
that you're going to have out of all of those groups.
If you did that for like if you're trying to have kindergarten predict grade 3 something, it might be a reasonable thing to show that, but 0.8 is probably too high for that, right? There's some point between just by the nature of this. I think that's a little bit more than was talking about. So that one was just talked about, and worrying if it was too high of a standard that all instruments would have measures for student groups. So it's kind of allowing for a little bit more of that flexibility and how we do evaluate. But that's I think that's the issue for it. That's totally the
challenge there is that some of the features are representation. Those are metrics that help us to know if we are identified. And so some of the very valid concerns about overrepresentation or the marginalizing certain populations would be addressed by having data that demonstrates metrically that you are identified. So that was my own feedback on that point, which is there's one group that said that they didn't really value as much this part of it, but this actually is the supporting homework that show that you are not identified, because that's what those numbers are going to be. That's just my feedback. I don't this isn't the time for us to report sort of issues. I would add that to the conversation. Is that this is showing that we're identified or under-identified populations. Which means as a group that you just collectively to make sure that you're comfortable with what's happening.
Well,
Context that certain populations not well calibrated with instruments can be of increased risk of our identification. This is where we would find the information out based on what they provide us.
And I mean, I think some of this needs looks like, because I think there's been the question too, are all of us even evaluating every single screener that comes in? Because here, if we're having to use more kind of interpretation of what we consider strongly aligned versus having like very clear guidelines of this is what point 7 means, this is what point 8 means.
I don't know if I would know what strongly aligned was, so it would be helpful for me to see, oh, okay, I don't really know this that well, but I see they have this threshold for this definition, so I can mark it there. Keep going, because the computer battery is running low. Oh, but we're gonna plug it in. Right. No, and that's yeah. No, and I appreciate it because I think others would feel the same way that I feel. We're looking at this strongly aligned. If I don't know the stats, I need like a threshold number. Oh yeah, right. 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 Have all this written thing. Well, I think that's where this next more about it, like in terms of whether it's just how many your ratings or whether you all have right here, like insurance get past a certain point, and then front here, you all have that discussion. So it's so like maybe like maybe the 2 or 3 panels I got assigned to do this person has a thing. Because the collective, right? The collective is really strong. Yeah. So there's okay. So now we're on number 3, sub-bullet 3, types of decision rules.
Yeah. Our purpose. I don't know, we need something. This is only like a really long subject.
Inspire education.
Or maybe just are. Types of decision rules such as blah, 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 are reported by the above, like right there. are reported by the above mentioned subgroups.
And or risk levels. Okay, well, we have our change there. Any comments on the strong, moderate, or minimal? What, there is some and acceptable evidence. Does that sound weird? There's some. Should it just say some acceptable? I think so. Yeah. And then there's limited or. Yeah, okay, that's my only change on that. Anything on the moderate, strong, moderate, minimal thing? No. Okay. Now we're on E, which is representative of California students. Okay, so this means in their effort to show us that they're extremely reliable and valid, they're going to give us demographics of who they feel justice. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Do you think if we had to look at where we did it previously, we can also just put it here, representative now, or just mix like, what's representative? Yes. Okay, any changes for the strong, moderate, minimal? We're bringing it, I just think of the wrap.
I was just flipping
Yeah. Well, maybe in between. What was I just saying? Anything on strong, moderate, minimal? I don't think so. Okay, now we're on section 5, which is guidance, resources, and community.
training the people who are administering it, like
Right.
professional development, how to use the screener, not like what to do with the students afterwards.
No, because I think it says, yeah, parents, guardians, school and district leaders, and then if it appears, interpretation of data, reporting of results.
Okay.
That's why I was saying maybe it would be useful to have, like,
Oh, okay.
like, I guess like what I'm trying to avoid is like, okay, you get a one-time one professional development session, and that's it. Like, if it would, and I don't know if they'll do that, but I think that maybe should be marked higher if they provide like ongoing or continuous.
They have to describe to recent school implementations at schools, and they have to talk about how they implement the instruction, that talk about how they implement the professional development. Yes. They really come about it once we do it in the representation, because it's an extra technical thing. It's all about describing all of your evidence and actually doing that stuff. Dominic's point is, quality of support interpretation that is provided, you're required to respond to the technical question.
Right. That's kind of, and maybe that's implied by high quality and user friendly, but I don't think it hurts if we're marking strong evidence to say something like ongoing or continuous or something like that, and whatever word we'll agree on is fine. Yeah. Okay. Other than that, I don't think there's anything else on this section. Okay, user interfaces. I don't have any comments on the wording of it. I think this is going to be really interesting to see how we actually can evaluate that. But yeah, right. Yeah, I think so too. And also, like, user friendly, and I'm just assuming this is going to be some type of digital system. Like, user friendly is very different for different
people.
Yeah. Exactly. So, but I don't think we should change. I don't think we change that on the rubric. I think we just have to be aware of that. Safeguards to protect student privacy and confidentiality. I don't have anything for that.
Right. I get Kimmy.
Yeah. Well, we were told before we started that there's a relatively firm, we're leaving to lunch no later than 12:30. Yeah. Which is in 7 minutes. Yeah, this is just, I don't know. I think this is like a big chunk. But I also feel like on the other hand, like, if they don't have this, but they're a really good screener in every other category. How much is the actual role? What's the role? And it goes back to what's the role of this group? Is it really this? I mean, of course, it would be lovely if they have this, but I mean, for me, this isn't necessarily like a now here's how to do intervention. Here's how to do this. Here's how to do that. It's more like, are you giving information that is specific enough to be instructionally relevant? You know, like if you send a child and they go to they do a neuropsych assessment, then there might be like the one little subtest of oral language, and they might come back with, you have oral language deficits. But that doesn't give you any sort of specific information to know what to actually do with that student, because that's not sufficiently specific. And so I see it more like this. Are you just saying, ooh, you didn't meet the threshold, you didn't meet this benchmark level, so you have the red flag? Or is it giving specific information, whereas your red flag is in phonemic awareness? You need to make sure you work on phonemic awareness, or you don't have sufficient, sound letter knowledge for, appropriate for your grade. Is it giving like that sort of thing that can help guide instruction? Not necessarily that it comes with, here's a series of professional development to make sure that you're trained in, research-based practices. So that, then I would just say, leave it as is. Like, I don't really have any changes to the wording on any of this. I guess my thought was this is going to be interesting to see how this gets interpreted and evaluated.
What's to your next agenda?
That's going to be the next one. Okay, 2 and 3, these are the last two. Resources available in multiple languages. I don't have anything to change from that. And feedback from users on prior experience. Okay, so it's like reviews, basically. Yeah.
Where we know what you
Okay. 5 minutes to spare. Were you gonna say something, Tim?
No, I just don't know if I'm supposed to stay on this line or if I'm supposed to finish back.
I think we're breaking for lunch, but
Yeah, we're gonna break for lunch, and then it depends. If we're back in the whole session, you will be in the other line, and if this is into small groups on the next one, I'm thinking, Tim, I'm gonna go ask that you will have to be back in the whole group in order to get the instructions for what the next small group is. I will ask. So when we come back from yeah. Okay, the answer is in the main.
Yeah, managers are finishing.
Are we going to
go over this before we move into our second study?
Yes. Right, which is why he needs to be in the whole group. That makes sense.
This first piece is up for a vote, whereas the second study session is not.
This first piece is what?
Is up for a vote. So we'll have
Okay.
a big discussion.
So we're
Can you
gonna,
hear that, Tim?
yeah, we're gonna go back
Come
to the big group and then we're gonna discuss this after lunch.
Presumably.
I think probably so.
Tim, I don't think we're about off the one, but
Okay, I want to welcome everybody back to the dais.
Oh, I normally just have a latte.
Oh, that's it? No, I do. I'm still eating my cake.
Okay, our panelists have returned back from the study session, and so we turn it back to you, Chair Kim.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your attention to details in this study session. It is now 12:28 a.m. No, p.m. p.m. certainly. Let's take a break for lunch and return at 1:30 p.m. on time. Thank you so much, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. Seeing that all panel members are now present, I call the meeting back to order at 1:35 p.m. Panel member Odegaard, would you confirm that there's nobody? You're present?
Confirmed.
Okay, Odegaard, panel member Odegaard, would you confirm that there's nobody in the room? You're participating from remotely?
Yes.
Thank you. Now we'll turn to Mr. Brunetti again to facilitate our discussion for item 6.
Hi again, everybody. Welcome back. Again, Matt Brunetti from Wested. We're going to move into our whole group discussion around the discussions that you had as small groups in your study session. The process is we're going to go one by one, one evaluation criterion at a time, and go from group 1 to group 2 to group 3. And I, along with my colleagues, will try to take notes and document all of the suggested edits. Let's see, and let's start with Chair Kim's group on evaluation criterion number 1.
Sorry. We did not have any suggestions for evaluation criterion 1.
Okay. The panelist Grasso, you're the spokesperson, correct? Yeah.
Yes. Just to so when you say criteria 1,
pages 1 and 2 of the rubric.
Pages 1 and 2. Okay.
Or sorry, you have your note-taking guide too.
Pages 1 and 2 of the note-taking guide. Okay. So on page 1, we had no feedback. On page 2, we thought for item 2 that starts with constructs directly measured, we thought it just might be helpful to format may, where it says these may include about the constructs, just to bring some emphasis to it. And then for item 3...
Sorry to interrupt you. So for 1.2, sorry, you're saying the second sentence, these may include, you want to... What would you like to do with the word may?
We said italicize or bold or underline, just something that brings more attention to it.
Okay, sorry to interrupt. Okay.
That's all right.
The other one was 1.3?
Yeah, so from 1.3, we thought instead of the word modified, developed might be better. And the same for the word choice in the strong, moderate, minimal evidence boxes.
Your suggestion, the modified and the statement of 1.3 changed to develop or developed?
Yes.
And then the same in the 3 strong, moderate. Okay. Okay.
And that's it.
Yeah, okay.
I have a quick clarification question. So that means the stem for 3, that will be also revised to developed?
Yes. Or that was our suggestion.
Mm-hmm. So I have it changing in four spots. The stem for instruments in languages other than English, the rationale evidence for how constructs have been developed instead of modified as appropriate. And then again, in the the last part of each of the strong, moderate, and minimals modified with change to developed. Okay. Panelist O'Brien? Yeah.
Oh, oops. Go ahead. Member O'Brien first, and Member Neeson.
I thought the modified was in the language of the criteria.
We have to look up.
It looks like it said in the criteria, it says constructed, how tasks have been constructed to appropriately reflect.
And I think our thinking behind that was that we wanted to see how these were really developed in languages other than English rather than taken from English and modified to other languages.
I like the suggestion, but I just wanted to verify what was used in the review elements and evaluation criteria document. Member Neeson.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. One of the things that Yesenia Guerrero will probably mention is that we wanted to, in our group, to align the language from the review elements to the rubric. And if we were to look at what the review elements say, I'm going along with Ms. Wilson about the fact that it says, for instruments in languages other than English, how have tasks been constructed to appropriately reflect relevant language features? And I think there's a very different meaning between that statement and what's in the rubric.
And I think we'd be fine with constructed too.
Right? That's a great one.
I think I've heard, just to reiterate, I think here are two things there. One is, given that we just had item 5 and we made a few changes to the review elements and evaluation criterion document, you want to see all of those reflected in the rubric as appropriate. That's one part, right? And then the second part for this particular one, 1.3, to have it make sure it aligns to the meaning. So potentially, instead of developed, using the word constructed as to better align to that. Does that seem accurate? Just for note-taking purposes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yes. Sorry.
I'm confused how the stem would be changed if you're going to have for how constructs have been constructed. I thought you were going to switch it to the language that Jessica referred to, and sorry, I'm not referring to it properly. Member Nielsen referred to, but I'm not seeing it in the evaluation criteria, so maybe you can.
It's on page 2B3. That's our group got hung up on matching language, so we're well versed in where to find things.
So it sounds like the suggestion is to match in the rubric 1.3 on page 2, the stem, the evidence statement, will match, you would prefer to match the language in the review elements and evaluation criteria, which is B.3. Yeah.
Yes, Member Neeson.
So it would read, for instruments in languages other than English, the rationale and evidence for how tasks have been constructed to appropriately reflect relevant language features should also be provided. So wouldn't that be combining the two? Like that's how I would see the change in the language.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Could you repeat just one more time, Member Neeson?
For instruments in languages other than English, the rationale and evidence for how tasks have been constructed to appropriately reflect relevant language features should also be provided. If that makes grammatical sense, I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm. And that's the language used in the review elements document.
Correct.
So consistency-wise, that's great. Thank you. Member Wilson.
Yeah, and just that was the thing that our group started looking at across the document. So rather than finding every detail, what we thought is we could make a recommendation to align the language differences between the elements and the rubric. That way we don't have to call out word for word everything right now, but that our recommendation would be just align them. So that's because we found it in lots of places throughout, especially because we made changes to the elements this morning.
And just to add to what Member Wilson said, we also talked about not only to align the language, but also the numbering, since we're on that topic, just to kind of keep it to match the evaluation criteria.
So would you say more when you say number, meaning?
Well, when we were going, so when you look at the evaluation criteria, the numbering system doesn't match the rubric. But again, we have to decide if a panel, if that important enough to change it, or if it's not, but we're just making the recommendation to reconcile those two, the numbering and the language differences between the rubric and the evaluation criteria. But again, it's something to discuss in the panel when it's time to do that.
Gotcha, thank you.
But since it was brought up, I just want to make sure we're including those two things.
Okay, thank you. So that ordering, numbering is one piece. The other piece that I want to get back to is specific language, right? So being consistent is great, I think, but then given that this will have to be reviewed, if you could point out specific places so that the staff can make sure that those specific places can be addressed, that will be helpful. Thank you, Member Wilson.
So we did speak to Ms. Holmes about that, and her recommendation was that we could make a recommendation to align the rubric and the elements for consistency and reconcile it across, and that we wouldn't have to call out everyone, but.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to note that Member Odegaard has his hand up, but also just to clarify my statement, I think it would be very helpful if in the discussion members would be very specific about the changes they wanted to make, but I think for the purpose of the motion, Member Wilson, we can be a little more general. Okay, we'll get you your notes back.
That works. Thank you so much for clarifying that. Member Odegaard.
I like the spirit of what was changed, and I also like the spirit of aligning language. I want to raise the point that on page 4 of the scoring rubric, there's almost an exact replication of the sentence based on how you've modified the one that we just worked on for the first sentence within criteria 1. It reads, for instruments and languages other than English, how tasks have been constructed to appropriately reflect relevant language features as an aspect of construct validity. And that sounds verbatim to what you just modified, the one that you just worked on. Again, I agree in spirit that I don't want the word modified in there. I raise that concern because it sounds like you could modify an English language screener, which is inappropriate. But I just want to make sure that we don't catch ourselves up in trying to align and then don't get internal consistency.
Thank you. Member Neeson?
So in looking at those, I think the difference between the one that we addressed on page 4 and the one that we just addressed on page 2, the difference is one is about the description of the assessment battery and the one is about the inclusion in psychometrics. So maybe there's a way we need to review that particular piece and add some language to distinguish the two. Because the rubrics are the rubrics exactly the same as well?
So, thank you. So, number 1 is the extent to which screening instruments measure a key construct in a manner that is theoretically, empirically well-grounded, right? So this is overall theoretical, empirical foundation of the work, right? Whereas 2 is about mode of administration appropriate for students being evaluated. So this is description of task, etc. So does that explain the different placement? I'm trying to figure it out.
I think it explains the placement. However, when you look at the actual evidence piece of the rubric, they're almost identical as Member Odegaard pointed out. I think if there, now that we're looking at it, I think I'm trying to understand what the difference between those two are, and if there is a difference, how can we distinguish the two? Because even in the evidence, one talks about clear and compelling evidence, clear rationale and compelling evidence, and the other talks about there is compelling evidence. So like there's even between the evidence statements, there's very close things that seems redundant. But I know that there's a difference in the two areas, so.
Just to clarify the number so everyone's following, it's 1.3 and 2.3 in the rubric.
That's correct. All right, so I see hands, Member Martinez and O'Brien. Okay, so we'll go to Member Martinez first.
I'm wondering if maybe we should try and clarify that this section, as in 1.3, is about the construct and not the task. And so when we look at the description of the assessment battery, it's talking about how the tasks have been constructed to appropriately reflect the language features. And so maybe it's something different here that we're getting at, which is the construct, and the tasks should be aligned to the construct. But this is about the construct. So I guess I would then agree with the original modification, which is to change modified, and just say for how the constructs have been developed as appropriate to the language.
So going back to the review elements document, if you go to page 2, right, there are two places where it's relevant. One is if you look at the second paragraph of A, right, theoretical frameworks and prior research and evidence, and it goes on, right? And then the rationale and evidence for how constructs have been modified, that was 1.3. And the one that corresponds to 2.3 is section B and 3. B3, that's for instruments in languages other than English. So that's exactly what you're referring to, both Neeson and Wilson. So the first one is construct, and therefore it relates to theory, whereas the second one, 2.3, it relates to instrument development. Member Wilson.
And yes, that is, I was looking at the wrong spot. But so now in the review elements, it actually does use the word modified.
Right, it does.
Yeah, that's what I...
Okay, Member Odegaard.
I think we can find a pathway out of this, and I do think it hinges on what Chairman Kim just shared, which is the first part is about the theoretical basis and grounding, and that could be about the language features. I just wanted to make sure we clearly had a distinction between the two, whereas test construction to make sure it has construct validity is about how it was validated psychometrically, to what Dr. Kim just said. So I think that we could achieve the same thing, and I just wanted to make sure we didn't have redundant language, but since the intent of these two separate sections of the rubric have clear distinctions, if we just make sure that we're communicating that effectively to the publishers, that would be ideal, and within ourselves. But I'm sorry for raising the confusion. I just wanted to make sure that it was clear when we had almost identical sentences that there was a distinction.
Thank you. So my understanding of the construct part, the first part, theory piece, right? The reason why it was used for modified, for example, if you think about phonological awareness, right? In languages like English and Spanish, or any other languages where, for example, rhyme is more salient, and some other languages, for example, not rhyme awareness, another awareness called body awareness, perhaps. So if that's the case, the construct is phonological awareness, but it might have to be modified depending on the salience, right? So in that case, then that you have to make a theoretical evidence-based argument about how constructs have been modified, whereas the second part, 2.3, is now task development is different, right? So under the developmental rhyme awareness, for example, you will do that in another language, for example, where body awareness is more salient. Then you will talk about that instrument development to measure body awareness. If with that in mind, what do you think about the language right now? Anyone? Anyone?
Yeah, I think how you explained it makes sense. So if I understand now, we are keeping it as modified for the one that I was suggesting.
Okay.
Or we were suggesting. That one's staying at modified.
Okay, thank you. So what I'm hearing is for 1.3, we'll keep the way it was. So it will read as evidence for how constructs have been modified as appropriate, which is consistent with the review elements document. Now, what do you think about the 2.3? Does this look good? This is consistent with the review element for instruments part. That's the bottom of page 2. Okay. Okay, Member Nissen?
Yeah, I withdraw my change of language request. And I think we just leave it the way it is. Okay. It's aligned to the rubric. Our piece was just making sure that whatever we see matches the language in the review elements. And I think when I was reading through this, I missed that it was in that first paragraph around the theoretical constructs. So thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate all this very detailed attention. This is exactly why we are going through this. Thank you. Any additional comment on this section?
We'll need to check in with Vice Chair Guerrero and her group. I didn't forget about you.
I'm sorry about that.
No worries. So for that section, we already talked about our recommendation, and then one of the things that we thought would be helpful would be to maybe add headers of the categories, so that way we would, like, for example, when you look at page 1, right before the number 1, to maybe put that this has to do with the description of assessment battery to kind of match what it is in evaluation criteria, and that way we know that 1, 2, and 3 have to do with assessment battery, and then 4 has to do with psychometrics, and then communication resources. It's just to have that header like on the top here of each section, so we know. So for those 3 pages that you mentioned, page 1, 2, and 3 on the rubric, that would be a recommendation.
Anything else on number 1?
No, because it's basically, but you want specific on where to change the language, right? I don't think we had anything. Nope, we didn't have any changes in the language, so we're good on that section.
So just to clarify that whole conversation, I think also going to start overall aligning. Well, we'll point those parts out where the alignment of the language should match the review elements and evaluation criteria from item 5. But we'll continue to point those out where they apply, but then we can make those changes. The numbering within the review elements match the numbering, that the numbering matches each other. It was the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 are all there. They're just, they got, I think 2 became 4 and the others moved up. So we'll just match those. Add the description of the or add the name of the review element as a header throughout so this one would have description of assessment battery, and 1, 2, and 3 would fall under that, and then the next section would be psychometrics, and 4 would fall under that, and then so on and so forth. I have a recommendation for 1.2 to emphasize the word may in the second sentence, like using italicized font. And then, despite all that other conversation, everything else stays the same. Does that sound right? Okay. All right. Yep. One more, Vice Chair Guerrero.
So since we are trying to do this page by, so when I look at the rubric again, but going back to 2.2, page 3 on the actual rubric. So one of the, if you look under strong evidence, paragraph 3, or any of the little things, moderate evidence, there's this paragraph that says there is a clear and thorough description, well grounded in evidence, that part. That's where we need to have a change, because it says linguistic backgrounds, and we changed it to language backgrounds, and then we did the examples in the parentheses.
Great, you segued us into number 2. So I'm going to start with your group.
So number 1?
So I got you there.
We were doing 1, 2, and 3. Okay, got it.
I was going to start with you again for waiting so patiently the first
The other group, we have 3 groups, right?
Yeah.
So did number 3 go? No, they haven't.
You were number 3 in the first criterion. Now we're on criterion number 2, and now you're the first group. So everything's good. So what I'm hearing you say is 2.2 on page 3, the strong evidence, the third paragraph within the strong evidence, and maybe it goes across all 3 evidence levels. It does, yes. Linguistic needs to be changed to language.
Correct.
To better align to the changes you made in item 5.
Correct.
Review elements, and yes. Okay.
If I could also just offer a reminder to speak directly into your microphone, just so we can.
Sorry, I'm not using my teacher voice. I don't want to hear my teacher.
And yeah, sorry. Okay, I got that one.
So that's just for number 2, right?
Yep, 2.2. Yep. Any others on 2 from your group?
Yeah, go ahead.
We wanted to make sure the language on the part where we removed identity in the review elements is also removed in 2.2.
Thank you.
If I may interrupt again, I just want to clarify from what was stated earlier. So anything that was in the review elements change for item 5, like linguistics or identity removal, we don't need to have that specific call out. I think what we were suggesting is if there are other direct changes that you want to see, that those ones are what would be really helpful. So don't feel the need that you have to catch every, just to clarify.
Okay, got it. So we will not.
So anything that was approved as a part of the changes to the review elements in item 5 don't need to be individually called out.
Thank you.
But any other specific alignment that you want to see does.
That's it for us then.
And particularly, I would just add, I think, in the evidence levels, it's okay to have more in the rubric than you have in there to help you evaluate. So we don't have to get perfect matching language in every aspect if the additional language in the rubric will help you in your evaluation. Okay. Vice Chair Guerrero, anything else on number 2, evaluation criterion 2, 2.1, 2.2, or 2.3?
No, we're good. Thanks.
Panelist Grasso.
And this is all of 2, right?
2.1, 2.2, 2.3, yep.
For 2.1, the descriptions of tasks should include their intended and appropriate use. We weren't really sure what that meant or if that really had any meaning besides what's covered in 2.2. Because we felt that 2.2 really covered what 2.1 is saying. So we just kind of wanted to know if we were wrong on that, what does that really mean in 2.1? Should I keep going? Or
would you want to stop? Chair Kim, you want to stop and have a conversation about that part now, or do you want to wait?
Let's actually talk about that.
Okay. I don't have anything more to say.
So, right. So, if I heard you correctly, differentiation between 2.1 and 2.2, or 2.9, is that right?
Yeah, I think that after reading them, we felt that 2.2 covered 2.1, and we didn't want to add anything into a rubric that we thought if I was looking at that, I don't know how I would score that separately from 2.2.
Thank you. My reading, and I'll go there grappling. So my understanding is that 2.1 is about it, as it says, it's about intended appropriate use, like for screening assessment, for example. And I think we assume there is shared understanding, but we want them to spell out how the tasks should be used, right? In what context? That's 2.1. 2.2 is really description of administration and tasks and etc. So one is intended use, appropriate use. The other one is specifically tasks and administration. That's my understanding. But let me hear from other members. Member Grobley?
I was just going to expand on our kind of confusion since I was with panel member Grasso. and especially the description of tasks and their intended use, and their intended and appropriate use, but as that relates to the overall header of 2, which is talking about the mode of administration. And so just kind of all of those components combined. And so if the intended purpose of that is just describing the intended use of the screener, I don't know that that's not clear on my end.
Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Member Neeson.
So when I think about the difference between these two bullets and just broadly, intended use could to me means why are you using the assessment, not necessarily how the assessment is administered. So thinking through the idea of the intended use is to be a universal screening tool, or is the intended use to be a diagnostic? What's the intended and appropriate use of that tool in this context versus the second bullet is more about that really item, like the test specific information around the administration guidelines. If that's my understanding and my interpretation.
Thank you. Member Grasso. Oh, and I'll go to Wilson.
Oh, thank you. So on page 2 of the elements, it's in B and it's talking about the task, not the tool. But I would think that it still is what's the purpose of this task, the use of this task? What is it that we're trying to screen with this task is what item I is about. And then item 2 is how do you give it, right? How do you administer it? So I do think they're different, and that is actually how the elements read also, but that's how I see it.
Thank you. Member Grasso?
No, I was just going to say thank you for the explanation, because that clears, at least for me, that clears it up a little bit, because we were not making that connection, so that was helpful.
Any additional comment on this, please?
Okay, so I'll keep, for 2.2, we thought where it says the number of items, assessment time, our suggestion would be to add average before assessment time. And then in the strong, moderate, minimal, I think we already covered to match the language that we discussed in the previous document. For 2.3, I'm going to, for the strong, moderate, or minimal evidence, in moderate evidence where it says relevant language features but does not adequately address all key relevant language features, our suggestion was to change the but to or does not adequately address all key relevant language features. We also had some feedback on the 2.3 statement itself, but I'm not sure. I'm going to defer to panelist Odegaard if that was already covered in the prior discussion that we just had about that statement.
I just wanted to make sure that we were clear as a panel on what relevant language features would be, that we have the expertise across our group, and that'll get into 7 about how we're going to do it so we can share knowledge across our group and come to agreed consensus on what those language features should be across all these various languages we might be considering.
Thank you.
We don't have to clearly specify them, but I think as a group, we need to know that if we're looking at Vietnamese, if we're looking at Farsi, if we're looking at some language, that we actually ourselves understand what the relevant language feature should be, because we're not specifying them here, which we're supposed to use as rubric.
Right, so that will be during the review process among reviewers or members, we need to calibrate. That's the process, yes. Thank you. Do you mind going back to the 2.3 when you suggested changing but to or? Do you mind going over that again?
Yes, in the moderate evidence column, where it read tasks are constructed to appropriately reflect relevant language features, but does not adequately address all key relevant language features. Our suggestion was to change the but there to or, because I believe, if I remember correctly, we thought that that would make it a stronger threshold to meet.
I wonder then what the differentiation between moderate versus minimal.
You want an answer for that?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh my God, are we answering that one? Well, the way I understand it is that for moderate to minimal is the way that I would probably use it when I would be using this rubric is there is some evidence. I mean, reasonable evidence, you're happy with it. You're like, okay, it'll pass inspection. I kind of like it. But then it doesn't address the key language features, which I agree with Odegaard. At some point, we'll have that discussion about, so we're all on the same page on that. And I remembered to speak into my mic, sorry. And also, in minimal, that means it doesn't have any. I mean, you're like, what? What's the evidence? So, and it doesn't worry about anything else. It just doesn't have any. So for me, that would be the difference. One has something that I'm reasonably happy with or effective.
If we change it to or
doesn't accurately address all key features.
Like if we change it to or, right? So it's either or. So we have something that does not address all key relevant features versus the minimal evidence is there's no clear evidence that supports it. They sound very similar to me. So when I make a decision,
I think
what's very similar even with the but though. I mean, when you look at it, is it but does not adequately address, and the other ones are to there's no evidence. There isn't any evidence to appropriately reflect key relevant language features. So one is nothing, and this one has something. And I mean, honestly, that's a big difference. One is 0, one is 50%. So that's how I see it when I would look to that. But you're saying how, if I were to look at both of these, how would I tell the difference?
So
the wording is very similar, to be honest.
No, I think so. What I'm thinking of, sorry.
Go ahead.
You didn't like my answer.
Okay, go ahead, Gravelin.
When I think about the benefit of the changing from the but to the or is if we have something where we have compelling evidence for only some language features. And so
that will be moderate. Okay, so say an instrument has a moderate reasonable evidence, that could be moderate evidence, right? A completely different case, because if we use or, right? Completely different case, then it does not address. Do you know what I'm trying to get at? Okay.
If I'm understanding your suggestion, when we look at this statement, there's reasonable evidence that support how tasks, that's positive, the reasonable evidence part, but does not adequately address is a negative piece. So if you change it to or, it doesn't make sense because you're saying this half is there or this half isn't.
What I'm saying is there are two ways of falling into moderate evidence case, right? If you use either or. Either there's reasonable evidence that supports, or another way of falling into moderate case is it does not address relevant, right? Address all key relevant language features. So then the second case, how different is that from the minimal evidence? The minimal evidence does not address, therefore there's no clear evidence. Does that make sense? Yeah. Am I not sure if I'm...
So or is not what we want. We want to keep still with but. Because then it doesn't differentiate. Yeah, I get it. It took me a while, but I got it. Oh, sorry. Took me a while, but I got it. Okay. Sorry, I forget the mic.
Does everyone agree? Like, there's a reason why we keep but to differentiate moderate versus minimal. If not, let's just keep talking so that until it's clear. Okay, great.
So we're striking the change.
Right.
Okay.
Yes, Member Nissen?
So going back to the changing of the language on 2.2, So my wondering is, by changing the statement to read average assessment time, we're no longer aligning to the criterion elements, because the criterion elements has the language that we've already agreed upon, and it doesn't state average assessment time in that criterion, the review elements. So my question is, are we going to allow the changes to those sections within the rubric as a panel, or do we want to leave those bullet points to match the criterion evidence exactly? So, for example, on page 3 of the rubric, in 2.2, you talked about, the group just talked about adding average in front of the term assessment time. But when we look on B2 on page 2 of the criterion, the review elements, the language is the same currently. If we change it, the review elements will no longer match. So my question is, are we going to align or change? Just generally speaking, that will help us, I think, with the rest of the conversation.
Right. I guess the question is, what are we getting and what are we losing by adding average assessment time, right? Average assessment time will vary across children depending on where they are, definitely, and that's expected, right? So, and then do we want to expect them to specify range, or I guess what are we getting by adding? What critical information are we adding here by adding average assessment time? Adding average. Member Odegaard, thank you.
Well, I had raised my hand previously for a different topic that I wanted to come back to, so I'm going to let you guys continue. Why don't you guys wrap up this conversation and come back to me for a clarification, if that would be okay.
We cannot see your raised hand very well. Sorry about that. All right, so going back to the language of average, go ahead, Member Wilson.
Well, I agree with you that average is implied because we know that there isn't going to, every child is going to take a different amount of time. So I don't know that we gain a lot by adding average. So it wasn't my group that recommended it, though. So, I mean, if the other group feels strongly, I think we should talk about it, but I don't know that a lot is gained. I mean, it's kind of implied that every learner is going to have a range of how long it's actually going to take.
Any other thoughts? Okay, thank you. Now let's go to Member Odegaard.
Again, this is in the spirit of making it easier for us to review and the publishers to get us reviews. I'm not hung up on language features, but I want to just make sure I'm clear. Are we, as I think back to the criteria and also the legislation, we have that long list of all those different features for the screeners. Are we saying that they're going to have different features that they're going to justify for a language? That's my first question. My second question is, I am not the most expert on this panel on this topic, but I could imagine that for for a logographic writing system, that those features might be fundamentally different than from an alphabetic language system, or let's say from one that would use morphological markings on it, for example. I don't know. That's what I'm asking is like, are we modifying from the list that's in the law? And that's where the word modify is coming from. Or are they giving us a conceptual framework based on the linguistic properties of a specific language as to why they have included certain indicators?
Thank you. It's the latter, my understanding is, right? So that's why we decided to insert relevant language features, because they have to make a case, thinking about theory and evidence, right? So, for example, using the example of Chinese, which has a somewhat different language writing system, relative weights of different component skills are different compared to English or other, languages with the shallow orthography. Then they have to make a case and talk about what are some relevant features and how they constructs have been modified.
I get it. And I'm not going to argue at this point. I just want to just put it out there that I still think that they should be building from the ground up based on the linguistic properties. And that's kind of the spirit of the best screeners that are built. They're not based and derived from what we do in English. They're based on what would make most sense in those languages. Or am I missing something that you would actually build the emergent properties of developing literacy in the language that you're going to measure screening in if you're going to do it in their home language.
Absolutely, that's my understanding. But if you think that the language reads differently, the expression in the rubric or the review elements document suggests otherwise, we would love to hear from you which part of the language gives that impression. So we're not referencing.
I think so. I think that for go back to number one, if we're talking about how they constructed it in the theoretical framework, that's not a modification based on English language. It's some kind of prototypical idea. It's like their language is deserving of having been built up from the ground up. So we don't want them to have to just simply modify from what we do in English as the gold standard. We want to know, how would you build a Spanish language screener? How would you build a Chinese language screener? That's my understanding. And that's actually why I question the use of the word modified in that context, because I don't want to give them any wiggle room that they can take the English version of Dibbles and simply translate it or modify it from English into their language. They have to give us a theoretical grounding as to why they would build it the way they've built it. That's my understanding. And I'm sorry if I'm being adamant about this. Apologize.
No, that's very helpful.
I just don't want there to be more fear in our group and also in the populations that might feel like they're being thought of as an afterthought, because I can relate to that so much.
That's true. I appreciate it, and that's really helpful. That explanation is very helpful. So going back to the discussion then, this is Rubric 1.3, the language, the expression modified. And in the rubric elements, review elements, we also use the word modified. So that considering the word modified to developed, can we? Yes.
I wonder if we use the word aligned to the language that is being.
Okay. So one suggestion I hear is how constructs have been aligned as appropriate to the language.
Or designed. Trying to think of a word.
Those are all good. And again, this just puts it in this recording for the publishers to know that our intention is that you built this with this language and specifically in mind. And if they can know that, then this also achieves that, which is why I just want to go back to that point, that I'm clearly hear what my colleagues are saying is the intention here.
Developed, what I hear is
selected.
Developed, So developed.
Selected.
That's good. I think developed is more appropriate than selected, because constructs, right? Constructs have been selected. Right? Developed.
So just to clarify, we're talking about 1.3, adjusting the word to say developed as opposed to modified, how it has been developed.
Right, that's what I'm hearing.
The review criteria, correct?
Right, in the review elements document, that's under description of assessment battery, A, second paragraph.
I don't think we can change that because
Ms. Holmes is coming up to clarify that. Thank you.
Hey there. So because the review elements and evaluation criteria document is not currently on our agenda as being heard as part of item 6, we can't really take action on it. Has to be according to Bagley-Keenan, has to be agendized as an action item within the item that we're currently in order for us to do that. One thing that I would just offer up for folks for consideration. We are considering the review elements and evaluation criteria document as a guiding document for the rubric. I think of this similar to how regulations are used to interpret law, that the statute, the law, provides us with requirements, and then how those requirements are implemented is up to regulatory regulatory definition. And so I'm thinking of this, I kind of think of the rubric as the way that we are practically interpreting and applying the priorities that are set forth in the review elements and evaluation criteria document. So that doesn't necessarily mean that the language between the two has to be exactly the same. To the extent that the language provides further clarity in the rubric around how to apply the review elements and evaluation criteria, I think that that's fine. As long as there's not an inherent conflict between the two sets of language, it should be okay. So I don't know that that's necessarily perfectly relevant in this particular discussion, but I think it might be helpful to consider that we don't necessarily have to ensure that everything is perfectly aligned between the two. So.
Appreciate that. To me personally, that actually clarifies quite a lot. So given that we're currently talking about rubric, we can suggest modifying the word modified to developed. That's under current discussion and purview. And I see nodding. All right, so that's in good spirit and in spirit with our intention. So let's go ahead with that.
Sorry, I have to create new characters to do. Undo twice.
This is what deep discussion does.
Just make sure I captured it. I'll look to Jen too. You've got it too, Jen. Yes. Okay. Let's see. Now, I think Chair Kim. Member Grasso, is your group finished reporting out on criteria number 2?
Yeah, we're finished with item 2.
Chair Kim, it's your group's turn.
So we have some specific suggestions for 2.1 first. So we suggested 2.1 or I under strong evidence. We suggest italicizing convincing because that's a differentiating piece between convincing moderate, so convincing part. And then under moderate evidence, we suggest that we delete clear. So there's a reasonable description without clear because clear is already in strong evidence, that wording. And then the second part, we suggest that, so let me just read the whole revised sentence for the moderate evidence. There's a reasonable description about intended appropriate use of tasks, but the evidence base is partial instead of unclear. And we suggest that the evidence base is partial as to be italicized, because again, that's the differentiating feature between different evidence levels. Any questions on that? Yes.
It's more of a comment. So in moderate, we actually had this discussion as well, but we came to leave the clear because you could have a clear description, but that the evidence base is partial. So that to me was that even though you could have a clear or a reasonable description, but the differentiator was the evidence base. So I kind of liked having the inclusion of clear there as well, because you might have a clear explanation, right? But it's still missing something.
That's a good point. Members in our group, any thoughts on that? If you're good. Member Wilson?
We had the very first thing I said was I thought we should take off clear, and then Member Neeson, when she gave that just an argument, I thought that makes a lot of sense. So I'm fine with leaving the clear in there, and I do like the change to partial.
Thank you. All right, so and then the minimal part, what we suggest is as follows, and we would love to hear your thoughts. We removed the adjectives there. There is a description about intended appropriate use of tasks, but evidence base is unclear or weak. So the description could be any. It could be clear, reasonable, whatever, but the key piece that we're looking for is the evidence base is unclear or weak is the differentiating factor. And we suggest that the evidence base is unclear or weak to be italicized.
Can you repeat that full, what the sentence in minimal evidence would now say, you're suggesting?
So there's there's a description about intended appropriate use of tasks, but evidence base is unclear or weak. Member Neeson?
I think if we take out those adjectives of limited or no and just say there is a description, we're assuming everyone's going to provide something. I think that limited or no should stay, but I like the change in the rest of it. Partly also because it makes it consistent across every rubric element to have those descriptors at the very beginning.
Okay, what are your thoughts? Member Martinez?
I think it's fine as long as there's clarity amongst us that the real difference that we're looking for is really on the evidence base in that. So as long as people, they may see, wow, there's a real clear description here. That doesn't, but it's got weak evidence, that doesn't bump it up to moderate. So
I kind of like how Neeson said a couple pages back that there's a positive and then there's the negative. And if we can continue with that pattern, it's actually very easy to follow. And that's kind of what we're kind of setting up here. I do like your suggestion about unclear or weak.
Okay, so here's what I'm hearing. So we'll keep the adjective the limited or no description, that part, but the second part will be revised. Is that what I'm hearing?
Correct.
Okay. Is that clear? Okay, great.
May I clarify? That's okay. I also wanted to double check. I don't know where we landed in moderate evidence in terms of removal of clear.
Oh.
I saw nods, but I didn't see a final decider. It sounded like we're keeping it, but I just want to make sure that's the case. Okay.
My understanding is we're keeping it.
Okay. And for the one we just modified, we're leaving in limited or no before the word description. After the word tasks, we're adding, but evidence base is unclear or weak. And that's it. Remove the rest. Okay, thank you.
Italicizing unclear or weak.
Yep. Okay, so then 2.2, under strong evidence, we were thinking about there's replacing thorough with clear, so that we are parallel clear and unclear with minimal, that contrast, consistent, so clear and detailed. And then we thought that clear language will apply to the second point as well. There is a clear and detailed guidance instead of thorough and detailed. Is that clear part? Okay. And then going back to the first sentence, we suggest adding qualification of the assessor after including. So it would read as, there's clear and detailed guidance for appropriate administration, including qualification of assessor, the assessor, guidelines for administration, etc. The reason why is because that's mentioned in the STEM, but it's not here. And that would be included across evidence levels, strong, moderate, and minimal evidence. Any reactions to that? Yes.
I like that. That's a good catch. I missed that was missing, so I like that being added in.
Okay. Then,
could you repeat the second part? I have the adjustments from thorough to clear on both of the sections within strong evidence, but the second part of what you said was missing.
After the word including, this is what I have, and correct me if I'm wrong, including the qualification of the assessor, comma, guidelines for administration, and then the rest goes. And that will be applied to strong, moderate, and minimal.
That's right. Okay. To the second point, so under strong evidence, as I suggested, we were thinking of there's a clear and detailed instead of thorough and detailed. And then similarly, in the moderate evidence level for the second point, we were thinking of there's some and reasonable guidance to be consistent with the word reasonable for the first point. And that should be it. Did I miss anything? Go ahead.
So I appreciate that your group is trying to make parallel structures. I almost think some and partial makes more sense than some and reasonable.
The reason why we thought that was some is about quantity, reasonable relates more to quality. So we wanted to include both quantity and quality aspects. Some and partial seem both quantity to us. But definitely.
Yeah, okay. So, I'm trying to compare. So the reasonable is about the quality, and that parallels the strong, detailed, yeah? Okay.
Clear and detailed.
Okay. So that would be clear and detailed, some and reasonable. All right, that works for me.
Just to restate that piece, it's 2.2. The second part of moderate evidence. There's change or partial to and reasonable, so it would read there is some and reasonable guidance for scoring, etc.
Right. Member Leeson?
If we're moving along those lines, then under minimal, maybe it should read there is unclear or no limit. Like limited is to me about the quantity. So which one is that? Now that I'm saying it out loud, it doesn't make sense. So let me try that again. When we're looking at minimal evidence, the unclear or limited guidance doesn't match to me with the strong and moderate in terms of thorough and detailed, some and reasonable. Should it be switched to limited or and unclear? Because there's an or in that one rather than an and. So I'm trying to see how, if you're talking about which one's quantity and which one's quality, how would that be reflected more in alignment with the other pieces?
That's a great point. I guess what we're trying to do here in limited, so for strong and moderate, we are requiring both quantity and quality. And minimal, it could be there's no information, very limited information. And then even if there's information, there's really unclarity, the quality aspect. So it could be either or. Option would fall into the minimal evidence category.
Might we have it say and or?
If we have and, we're limiting ourselves. So it has to be very limited quality and unclarity.
Yeah, I meant, could it say there is unclear and or limited guidance?
Or, I see. Okay.
And / or.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good. And or.
Across all three points within the minimal, or just?
Okay.
So 2.2 minimal evidence. All of them will start there is clear and or limited.
Okay.
The last one would be there is and unclear or. Okay. All right, Chair Kim, any more?
No, that's for two. That's it.
All right. So to recap, criterion 2. Let's see if I've got all this right now. For 2.1, we are italicizing convincing under strong evidence. We are changing the last word under moderate evidence from unclear to partial and italicizing it. And then for the minimal evidence, the first part will stay the same. There is a limited or no description about intended appropriate use of tasks. And now here's where the change happens, comma, but evidence base is unclear or weak. And in that case, unclear or weak are italicized. Okay? Yes. For 2.2, the evidence statement, we're striking identity and to match what we talked about in item 5. And then under the strong evidence, we're going to change the word thorough to clear in the first point and the second point. We're also going to add qualification of the assessor to across strong, moderate, and minimal for all of them after the word including. So including qualification of assessor, and then comma guidelines, etc. Under moderate evidence in the second sentence, we're going to change that to there is some and reasonable. So strike or partial and add and reasonable. And then across all the minimal evidence, we're going to change the or between unclear and limited to and or.
Can I have a couple more? I just realized a couple more that we have. I forgot about it. Sorry about that. So under strong evidence, that's 2.2. Just to be consistent, we suggest that there is a clear and detailed instead of thorough.
On the third sentence, yeah.
Right? So we are just using that clear and detailed across the 3 points. And then for the moderate evidence, the third one again, we suggest that there is a reasonable description instead of partial.
You clarify where that one is? I'm having trouble finding it.
Moderate evidence, third statement. There is a partial, we'll no longer say partial, we'll say there is a reasonable description. And then there will be no changes for 2.3. Okay. On to evaluation criterion number 3. Let's start with panel member Grasso this time. It's a short one. Let's see how we do.
We have no feedback on that one.
Okay. Vice Chair Guerrero.
I need to consult with Member Wilson for a second.
Okay. I will go to Chair Kim then, and then we'll come back to you. Chair Kim? Your group have any suggestions for criterion number 3?
We do. So we are going to suggest changing the second part. So for strong evidence, the revised one would read as follows. There is clear guidance about minimum language proficiency level for administration of the instrument. No, sorry, let me start over. There is a clear, I think I'm missing something here. Clear and based on convincing evidence, I think. Based on, okay, sorry, now I got it. Okay, sorry, let me start over. There's a clear guidance about the minimum language proficiency level for administration of the instrument based on convincing evidence. So we're suggesting deleting evidence-based in the first line and then remove necessary and then at the end add based on convincing evidence. It's just wording change. And then for moderate, we suggest that strike out the rest of after but, and it reads as evidence-based is partial. And the third one, minimum evidence, would be, this might be require discussion. There is guidance about minimum language proficiency for the instrument to yield valid information, but evidence base is unclear or weak. Any thoughts, reactions? Or you want to discuss it after hearing from Vice Chair Guerrero's group?
Our group is easy. Other than keeping it, the other language, the evaluation criteria, we don't have any changes to that.
Okay.
Just it has to match.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
So what do you think about our group's suggested change? Member Nissin?
Will you read one again? I'm sorry. Will you read the first one again? I missed that.
Strong evidence?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Sure. Let me go ahead and read it. And then there's clear guidance about the minimum language proficiency level for administration for the instrument based on convincing evidence. Go ahead.
I really appreciate your changes. With the exception of the minimal evidence, I think, as I stated in the previous one, that I'd like to keep limited or little guidance. But otherwise, I really like the changes. They add clarity to the rubric.
Any additional thoughts?
Chair Kim, could you read the minimal evidence change now with
Okay, sure.
to Member Neeson's suggestion?
There's limited or little guidance about the minimum language proficiency for the instrument to yield valid information, but evidence base is unclear or weak.
And is it safe to assume, Chair Kim, that unclear or weak would be italicized?
Yes, thank you. That's right. So it would be convincing for strong evidence. That would be italicized. And for moderate, it would be partial. That would be italicized.
Is it helpful to repeat it, the changes, or did everybody follow along? We're good. You feel good, Jen? Okay. I also realized what the instrument one that would be helpful is a pencil, not a pen. That would be
That's right.
As you know this, I was a former math teacher. Okay. Evaluation criterion number 4. This is the longest one. So, let's see. Chair Kim, why don't we start with your group? Would it be easier to break this one up by let's do 4A reliability and then do 4B validity, or should we just go all the way through?
Let's go ahead by reliability and validity.
Okay, let's start with reliability. So page 6, 4A. We'll go around each group around that, and then we'll come back to the validity parts. Okay, so Chair Kim from your group on 4A, 1 or 2?
Okay, so for 4A1, for under strong evidence, we suggest as follows in the beginning part: most appropriate reliability estimates are reported and the quality of reliability is compelling. So the reason why we changed it is whatever is reported is not just, whatever number of reliability estimates that are reported, but whatever is reported has to be appropriate. So what count is appropriate reliability estimates. So most appropriate reliability estimates are reported. That's for strong. And for moderate, we have appropriate reliability estimates are reported, but the quality of reliability for some are not compelling. And minimal evidence is appropriate reliability estimates are reported, but the quality of reliability for most are poor. Did I say anything correct? Everything correctly? Okay. Should we go over, should we discuss, what? Does anyone have reactions to that? Okay, so 4.A2.
I have a clarification on the moderate. I didn't capture your change on the moderate one. It's, again, is it most appropriate reliability estimates are reported?
Mm-hmm.
So it starts like the strong.
Right. It was most. Mm-hmm.
Are reported, but the quality and after the but is all the same. Most appropriate reliability estimates are reported,
and the quality of reliability is compelling. That's just the second part stays there.
The quality of reliability for some are not compelling. Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
And then for the last one, it's appropriate reliability estimates are reported, but the quality
for most are poor.
Okay. Thank you.
And for the second one, 4.8.2, we just have suggestions for what need to be italicized.
Okay.
So that will be easy one. On the strong, we suggest italicizing most in line 3, so most student groups. And the next line, compelling, be italicized. And for under moderate evidence, some student groups, line 3. And the next line, reasonable, because these are the differentiating features between different evidence levels. And then on the minimal, we suggest that line 3, few or no are italicized, and then quality of reliability is not italicized. So quality of reliability is part will not be italicized. And that should be it.
Vice Chair Guerrero, your group.
We just had on 4.8.2 just match the revisions of the review elements, and that's it.
For the evidence statement after subgroups for what we talked about in 95. That's just to clarify. Thank you. All right. And panel member Grasso.
For the first statement, the extent to which the screening instruments have been shown to be reliable and valid for populations of students who are representative of the California student population. Ours was more of a question. We were wondering if it would be possible to hyperlink that gives us an actual table or data of what the California student population is. And I don't know. Keep going.
Oh, I like that. I think it's a good idea. We actually talked about this last meeting about like identifying the languages and like the most common in California and stuff like that. So that's a good thing.
Yeah, we thought it would be very helpful. And then for item 1, nothing. For item 2, similar to our comment on that being hyperlinked and broken down, this is also more of a question. Would it be helpful for us to link or define what we mean when we say major racial ethnic categories? Because I'm assuming we want the major racial ethnic categories for California, and that might be very different at a national level, at other state level. So it was more of a question than a suggestion. And we're stopping at there, right? Okay, that's it from us.
I noticed you were thinking.
Yes, I'm definitely thinking. So I'm thinking actually the differentiating features between the strong and moderate, the beginning part, I'm kind of I guess, thinking about how it reads. So in the strong one, we quantify it, but the moderate and minimal, in the opening part, we don't quantify it. Quantification occurs in the beginning, whereas moderate and minimal quantification occurs later.
Are you just for clarification? Are you talking about 4.8.1 or 0.2?
I'm sorry. Yes, 0.1. So it's a conversation. I'm curious. So when you hear, so you're the reader or you're the vendor, right? Or ourselves as a reviewer. When you hear most appropriate reliability estimates are reported, how do you interpret it?
Also, just to highlight, panel member Odegaard has his hand up.
Oh, got it. Thank you. All right, Member Odegaard, go ahead.
Panelist Grasso is going to get to this with one of the future ones, but it's here too. We had curiosity around what our expectations are about the format of a screener when it comes to our students in California who have other modalities of how they interact with language. We have hearing and speech, but often we just defaultly think that they're going to be reading something on a piece of paper. And so would we expect these vendors to have a Braille version of a screener? Would we expect these vendors to have another modality other than an oral vocabulary test for a kindergartner at the beginning of the school year? And then demonstrate reliability on those? Because it would be unfortunate to expect a vendor or a human being who doesn't have those modalities as a strength to be able to do those things.
Thank you for bringing that up. So I think there was a point on modality in, is it 2? I thought there was one, at least in the review elements or somewhere, we did talk about mode. Oh, I know.
That's in number 2. The first statement is the extent to which the mode of administration for the screening instrument is appropriate with students being evaluated. And that's there. But I just raised this question because I'm curious because publishers that I'm aware of don't have anything as far as a screener that would allow California to screen students who use their sense of touch in order to read, and how you would assess these to see if they're at risk of developing a language-based learning difference in written language, which is Braille for them.
So, okay, so for the mode of administration appropriate for students being evaluated, so in the description, that piece should be included for that specific population. Are you raising this in relation to the description, or are you raising this in relation to reliability, validity, or throughout?
Throughout, because it's kind of conceptually framing if the way we framed the entire rubric makes sense for certain populations who are labeled with a disability, especially those who have other sense modalities for accessing language as a form of language variation, who can't use sight to see and can't use hearing to hear an oral vocabulary test administered in kindergarten on the iStation, for example.
So in my mind, that was covered by exceptionality status, that those with the disability, visual impairment, or hard of hearing, all those are included in that category. Any other members and additional thoughts related to that?
It could be included in exceptionally status because it is part of a disability. I just don't think, honestly, it's a good point, Member Odegaard, because I've never actually didn't even think about that. And usually, here's the question: what do we typically in California? Do we screen students who are deaf or blind? I don't know. That would be. Do you know?
That's kind of my bigger question is like, how would this apply? How's it working in California? And what would you do for those California students who are being protected under now a state law for universal screening?
So we'll have Ms. Holmes as our expert help us.
There are some exceptions for screening that are included in Education Code Section 53008 that allows students who have an identified disability with parental permission to be excluded from the requirement to be screened, and this was in part included to protect those students from being asked to be screened in an instrument that was not adapted to their needs. I do not think, though, that precludes this panel from adopting screening instruments that are appropriate for students with different modality needs, nor should it discourage the panel from actively seeking those out, because we want to make sure that all students, regardless of what they're coming to the table with for screening, are able to access that if that is what their family chooses for them. Thank you.
Thank you for clarification. Member Neeson?
I want to agree with Chair Kim on the fact that it talks about the exceptionality status, and also that there are those pieces in there specifically about speech or hearing impairments, and asking to address that within the criterion, within the reliability estimates, and within all of the areas of psychometrics. It appears there.
Thank you. Any additional thoughts on this? All right, thank you for bringing that to our attention, Member Odegaard. Going back to the point that I was talking about, the language specifically, right? Strong versus moderate versus minimal. I am wondering about actually taking out most in the strong evidence part. So it will read as appropriate reliability estimates are reported and the quality of reliability is compelling. Whereas moderate, then differentiating feature is for some are not compelling, and minimal is that most are not compelling or poor. Does that make sense? And then there's one case that we don't think about. What if they don't report reliability? To me, that's personally minimal evidence, right? But we don't actually talk about it at all. We just assume that appropriate reliability estimates are reported. So perhaps in that case, we should specify in the minimal evidence that reliability estimates, appropriate reliability estimates are not reported as well. Any thoughts? Member Martinez?
Yeah, I'm wondering if we just need a 0. I mean, because does someone who provides nothing get the same rating unless we start differentiating more on this rubric, and we're going to be having a point system that has differentiated. So I wonder about that because...
So that's a conversation we're going to go to, actually, item 7, to some extent. That's actually then what you're suggesting is going beyond 3 categories, right? Strong, moderate, and minimal, and something else. And that is actually changing the structure entirely. And I think that's too substantial of a change at this point. So my recommendation is that specify here in the minimal evidence that either appropriate reliability estimates are not reported, or for those reported, many are poor. So just adding language that appropriate reliability estimates are not reported, or for those that are reported, the quality of, oh, let's think about wording. Yes, take 2. Anyone who heard me have better wording suggestions, please feel free.
I think what I heard was appropriate reliability for minimal evidence under 4A1. Appropriate reliability estimates are not reported, or the quality of the reliability estimates that are reported are poor.
But then how does it then differentiate moderate? So moderate is for some, right? Quality of reliability for some. In this case, for all those that are reported are poor, or most are poor?
Earlier you said most, and I liked that.
Right? Okay. So then, Matt, did you get it? I'm sorry.
I do have it written. I didn't read it.
Okay.
So appropriate reliability estimates are not reported, or the quality of the reliability estimates that are reported. Now this is where I'm having a hard time. That's why I missed it. For the quality, running into the same issue as you, Chair Kim. Quality, we can say, or the quality of reliability for most are poor.
Okay.
And then I had a clarifying question for you on the moderate evidence. Were you striking most from the beginning of that one as well?
Right.
So it starts with appropriate reliability estimates are reported.
That's correct.
And the quality of the reliability for some are not compelling. Okay. So to recap 4A, just starting with the criterion statement, there's a request to provide the data or a description of the student population more clearly. That both relates to overall California student population and then later on in the racial and ethnic categories that are most relevant to California. Under 4A1, strong evidence will now read, appropriate reliability estimates are reported and the quality of the reliability is compelling, and then the parenthetical. For moderate, appropriate reliability estimates are reported and the quality of the reliability for some are not compelling. And then for minimal, appropriate reliability estimates are not reported, or the quality of reliability for most are poor. And then in 4.2, this is just formatting. We're going to italicize most and compelling under strong evidence, some and reasonable under moderate evidence, the words few or no under minimal evidence, and then return the quality of reliability back to non-italicized font. And I think that covers all the ones that we talked about.
Chair Kim, we are starting to get pretty far behind on timing. And so I'm wondering if it might make sense to take a break and we can chat with you about how we want to time the rest of the, the meeting. Okay.
Thank you, and I'm sure we can use a break for everyone for mental health. All right, so how about right now? I see 3:05. Can we take 10 minutes given the time? So we'll return at 3:15. Thank you. Thank you. Now the panel members are present. I'll call the meeting back to order at 3:17 p.m. Panel member Odegaard, would you confirm that you're present?
Confirmed.
Member Odegaard, would you confirm that there's nobody in the room that you're participating from remotely?
That is correct.
Thank you. So let's continue with our discussion. Mr. Bernetti?
Okay, we're going to move on to page 7 of the rubric. All right, we're going to move on to page 7 of the rubric, it's still under criterion number 4. We're going to go through the rest of the validity pieces all together. So this will bring us through pages 7, 8, 9, and 10. Let's start with Vice Chair Guerrero, your group.
Okay, so for B, content validity number subtopic 1, basically that just match the wording to the revision element. And then and that's the only recommendation. And again, on D, criterion validity, again, 1, match 2, 3 on page 3. Again, it's just revision, wording on the revisions, and that is it. On our part, we didn't have a whole lot to change there.
Thank you. Chair Kim?
I just want to make sure, I forgot to announce that we're not going to take any formal breaks anymore. To make it in time, we can finish in time, so that if you need to use restrooms, please do so without just, so we're going to do so without taking a formal break. So you can just stand up and use restroom. All right, so now going back to the rubric document, we don't have any suggestions for the content validity or construct validity, but for criterion validity, we have small suggestions, a couple of pieces. Under moderate evidence, we suggest that including the overall group, because that's missing in the moderate and minimal evidence. So the second part would read as, The concurrent or predictive correlations are reported for the overall group and some subgroups, and results are. Okay, and then the same change would be made in the minimal evidence. So concurrent or predictive correlations are reported for the overall group, and there we suggested in some or limited, we suggest we stick with just some groups instead of some or limited, repeating it. Okay, and then for the minimal evidence, the beginning part, the top part, we thought that the partial and limited are kind of redundant. So we suggest deleting partial. So it would read as there's limited or unconvincing evidence.
Okay.
That's it for us for the validity.
Thank you, Chair Kim. Panel Member Grasso.
Okay. So we had nothing for content validity, nothing for construct validity, nothing for criterion validity. Are we getting to classification? Yeah. So for classification accuracy, our comment was, it seemed like some of the other categories had like statistical thresholds, like the 0.8 or the 0.7, and we were wondering if that would be possible to put those thresholds in the strong, moderate, and minimal evidence for this section. Yes. And I think panel member Gravelin's going to explain more.
Well, I think based on the discussion that we had about why, because when we brought up that there were not those kind of specific numbers with the classification accuracy, that it was because we were looking at so many different kind of aspects. We were at least noting that the original, sorry, I'm losing my words here, that the original rubric had included numerical values that corresponded with this kind of strongly aligned, reasonably aligned. And so we were noting that those are no longer there, especially as that pertains to our next discussion about how we're actually going to implement this, because some of us are more comfortable than others in terms of interpreting those kind of subjective qualifiers of strong without the actual numerical values. And so just kind of, even if we don't end up changing it, at least noting that those aren't there for reference, so that when we go into the discussion about how we're actually implementing this rubric, just noting that that they're not there.
And just really quick, there's been great concern across the entire panel on over-identification, and that is our way of checking that to say what is our threshold for that, because this is the numeric indicator of that concern.
Thank you. I think I saw a couple of hands. No? Okay. So let me briefly explain the rationale, and then we can have a conversation. So that applies to not only the classification accuracy, but also criterion validity. If you look at the criterion validity, the concurrent or predictive correlations part, we do not provide numbers like correlation coefficients. We don't. Instead, what we have is correlations are strongly aligned with intended outcomes and assessment time points. I'm looking at the criterion validity, strong evidence part. Similar is the case in the classification accuracy, strong evidence. Estimates of sensitivity and specificity are strongly aligned with intended outcome and assessment time points. The reason why we didn't specify the numbers is because it really depends on the. So one example is the intended outcome, what you use as intended outcome, and also assessment time points. So one example is longitudinal assessment, right? So if we measure something at the beginning of kindergarten, and then say the validity time point, right, the second time point is winter kindergarten, you would expect strong relation just by not only the construct itself, but also by the fact that the time span between the assessment point is short. Whereas if you happen to include third grade reading, for example, as the outcome, then it's about 3 years. Well, actually, 4 years, right? Time difference. And by the time difference, you would expect a very much lower correlation coefficient, but it's a very reasonable time point to assess, right? So that's why we did not specify, although we recognize that in other states, sometimes they actually specify specific number for classification accuracy in terms of specificity and sensitivity. Any thoughts or reactions? Welcome. Member Martinez?
We had this discussion in our group too, but I'm glad that it's being brought up within the context of the classification. And I feel like in this case that we should probably be extra careful and provide some additional guidance. I don't know if we need to include it now, but at least in the interpretation piece, that we would need additional guidance as to how to assess that criteria.
Yep. So regarding the implementation and the evaluation part, so that's the part that we're going to discuss not today, but next time what is the best way to assign and evaluate, and also what is the process for us to building shared understanding. That's calibration part. So that's where our discussion will be very relevant for this point, for this one. Any other thoughts or concerns or comments? Martinez? Member Martinez?
I guess I just am curious because you mentioned that some states have some specific correlations that they include for this. Are those ill-advised, I guess, is my question.
I'm not sure if we can talk or compare with other states. We think that it's important to take into consideration and time points and those aspects and more nuances in our understanding instead of just assuming that particular time point and just assuming 0.9, 0.8. These have to be interpreted with the context in mind. So that was our thinking. If you want to
my only feedback, if I could have the floor, is without parameters, then what is this reference to anyway? Why is this useful as a criterion to judge something if you're not going to have it have some kind of meaning? In medicine, which could be similar, there are standards that are set for acceptable standards. There's been, in the last 2 years, research published on what we should be doing. We know that we recalibrate where the thresholds are to adjust the specificity and the sensitivity, and we're coming up with some real enlightening findings from the research literature at this point in the last 2 years. So my question is that I understand what's being said, but how do we ensure that this component has value to the rubric if we're not going to set any kind of a range of expectations for what they should be doing?
Yeah, that's a great point. So I want to open up. So that's what the language is here, right? I think you might, some of you might feel that the language is not clear or strong. So the current language is correlations are strongly aligned with intended outcomes and assessment time points. Same thing for if you look at classification accuracy, estimates of sensitivity and specificity are strongly aligned with intended outcome and assessment time points. If you feel that that's not clear or that needs to be revised,
I think our going back to our original concern on that is that, like, for someone not as well versed in statistics, my strongly aligned might be like, oh, okay, it looks strongly aligned, but that's not really strongly aligned. So I don't know. That was our original concern with that.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Neeson.
I like the language as it stands, mostly because different instruments are going to have alignment to different criteria. And I think it's really hard to put a blanket statement there. Just in terms of looking at the assessments themselves, right? So I think you kind of have to look at what did they use for those pieces. So for me, I kind of like this more open interpretation rather than assigning numerical values.
Thank you. There are definitely pros and cons, and we just have to weigh in about the approaches. Go ahead, Vice Chair Guerrero.
No, I think, again, I don't have a problem with the wording. It just, again, it's a conversation that needs to be had so that we're all on the same page and we're all understand the rubric well enough so we're all looking and at the screeners the same way, so we can all be so we can be subjective and consistent. So I think, again, it means another topic for conversations for the next meeting.
Thank you. Member Nissen?
Wouldn't this sort of fit within item 7 of what we're about to discuss with the implementation of the rubric rather than, I'm wondering.
Thank you. Item 7 will be discussing what are minimum qualifications. It's an extension of what we discussed last time. So that's related but slightly different. This is very specific, I believe. Yes.
So would that fall under the area of implementation then? So if we're doing item 7, because I thought item 7 was going to be that as well. So that one's just scoring, we're just adding like numerical value to the rubric, but we're not necessarily discussing implementation, right? I know
Right. So in item 7, what we'll discuss is, for example, I'll just give you an example. Do we think that all these items, like 1 through 7, right? Do we expect, for an application to be supported or recommended? It's either recommended or not, that decision, dichotomous binary decision. For that, do the applications have to meet all moderate and above at least minimum? Mm-hmm. Or are we going to allow some of them to be minimal? If so, what evaluation criterion would we allow for that to be minimal evidence still be recommended? That's kind of the example of a conversation we're going to have in item 7.
So maybe we need to add an item 8 so we can talk about implementation. For future meetings, not right now.
Right, so,
or in another item.
If I may, so item 7 is just the beginning of that conversation. Mm-hmm. There's no vote associated with item 7. So it's to begin the conversation, and we anticipate that would roll into future meetings.
So implementation piece will definitely happen in the future. Any other questions about the specific point about the not having numbers associated with validity aspect? Member Martinez?
I guess I'm just going to continue to say I'm nervous that we don't have more clarity around how strongly aligned, reasonably aligned, and weakly aligned, what that means and how that will be interpreted. So,
thank you.
I'll say I'm still nervous as well for both reasons, an under and an over identification. If it's no better than flipping a coin, which is what some of the screeners on the market currently do, why are we taking the time to do them? Now, you could say we don't know what we're measuring, but if you're measuring end of second grade outcomes and you can't predict your state's reading test in third grade, which many can't, then that's a concern.
That's a very important point. But so let me give you an example. So, for example, you could predict using kindergarten assessment, right? You can predict first grade reading performance, second grade reading performance, and third grade reading performance. But what we would expect would be different. Would we then put, for example, specificity or sensitivity or whatever that is, like a specific number like 0.8? Would that make sense? Then do we have then strong empirical ground then with predicting 4 years out, putting 0.80, is that a very reasonable one? That's, I think, the question that we have to think about.
I agree. And that would mean if a vendor tried to spend their money to predict kindergarten, to predict third grade, did they do something that was educationally meaningful? Maybe. But we're trying to do right now on an MPSS system this year to improve their outcomes next year, know what their risk is for the next year. So wouldn't they leverage to make sure that they can meet and show you that your time and investment with your tax dollars, your teachers' times, your students' times is invested in something that will make a diagnostic difference? And we'll do it reliable so that we don't over-identify a whole bunch of children as well as under-identify children at risk. That's all I'm asking is that I understand your point, but we wouldn't do that in medicine. And I don't think that most of the publishers have done their testing to be that way. And I know the independent research coming out of my lab, Texas A&M and Florida Center for Reading Research and Snackshatter's lab isn't looking at that kind of data.
So if we think about what it does, I mean, I'm all for high standards. Do we limit ourselves to a particular time points or specific number? Would that disserve us if, when we try to evaluate, when we see a variety of assessment time points and etc.? So that's the question for us to think about when we evaluate applications. So I think what I see is the current one is more flexible. But the challenge with the current one is then how do we establish our shared understanding, right? That's a challenge. The other side, if we go with the other option, if we have a specific number, then we might have to think about, so within this time span, reasonable correlations or values for specificity sensitivities are this. For this time span, this is a reasonable one based on evidence. If we do that, then are we limiting ourselves or confining ourselves to particular numbers, and that might actually make our work a little bit challenging when we evaluate. So kind of both approaches, I think, have kind of a strength and other limitations that we have to think about. Member Nissen?
So given I'm more of a practitioner than a researcher, some of these pieces are not quite in my wheelhouse. I'm just going to preface that. But my wondering is, when we look at these different pieces of validity, do those numerical points translate across assessments and across grade levels, or would they have variance? Because that would be another consideration that I'm thinking about. Like, is a kindergarten assessment going to have the same validity as perhaps a second or third grade, depending on whether we're talking about construct or criterion or the other pieces? So that's my wondering, and why I'm thinking about it from this more kind of holistic perspective of having a more open interpretation in terms of having a variety of those different things.
Right. So I think what I want to make it clear is that having the current language allowing more flexibility does not mean that we're going to compromise standards. That's not the intent at all. Maybe one concern, maybe we might be sending that message, and I'm hoping that it doesn't, but that's kind of their intent is not to have lower standards at all. What you stated is exactly the reason why, right? So if you think about validity, for example, if you use, let's just think about phonological awareness. Say you use blending task at the beginning of kindergarten, and then you use the same task in the winter of kindergarten. The time spent, it's the same task, same construct, the same task, and the very short time, right? So you expect very strong correlation, like 0.8, for example. But if you assess the same task at a later time point, grade 2, for example, it's just not gonna correlate as strongly. Or if you assess blending task, for example, phonemic awareness using blending task, but if you use elision task or maybe oddity task, by that nature, the correlation will vary to some extent. Or if you want to use the outcome, criterion outcome, instead of phonological awareness, if you want to use, for example, word reading, right? Because theoretically, phonological awareness is important for word reading. If you happen to use that as the outcome, in addition to phonological outcome, then the correlation you expect lower, right? So that variation is what we're trying to account for here in this kind of flexible language. But that's kind of the motivation behind this kind of the current language. Again, I don't think You have, I don't think you, the conversation is that you're not clear about the rationale. It's just that what is the best way to move forward, considering pros and cons of either approach.
So can we leave it as is and then just have this conversation when we talk about implementation? I mean, what do you guys, I'm putting this question out to the panel.
Sure. That's one suggestion. Any other thoughts? So current proposal is keep it as is, and then we can have further, that if we keep it as is, we're gonna, at the end of the item, we actually expect to have a vote. I hope that we're clear about that. Okay. But then if that's the case, we keep the way it is, and we're gonna vote on keeping the way it is, and our conversation will be when we implement evaluation, what is the best way to go about it?
Keep it with that language. Because that's what no one's recommending to change that, right? We're sticking with it. Or did someone
your recommendation is keeping it, but Member Odegaard, I think, is maybe is asking us to consider adding some numbers, perhaps. Maybe not.
And really, the real reason was to have this discussion, which I know takes time, but I feel like if we get things out in the open and we understand the rationale, then we have it on the record, and then we're also able to communicate this. So really, we questioned why were they gone and what was the motivation. And I also think that it's unfair of me as one panel member to hold this up any longer. So there's that too. But more importantly, the intent was to find out and clarify and have a discussion. And I think we've achieved that. So thank you all.
Thank you. Member Wilson.
Well, I really appreciated the discussion. And my question really was, did Member Odegaard have a suggested, like the words that would help me think about how it could be revised? But I did appreciate the conversation and the time period and the grade span. That seems reasonable to me. So I was just curious if you had any suggestions I'm sure I'll still be thinking about it all weekend. So I want to hear some words.
I don't, because my only consideration now is my understanding of most of the published screeners is they're not designed and built that way. They're designed to run a composite score, which is administered, and the subtests that are used at a given time point is calibrated based on predicting future outcomes so that you can maximize diagnostic accuracy. Now, Chair Kim raised a concern that maybe smaller vendors who are emerging might not have the resources to do that type of analysis, but most of the long-time legacy ones have, and they design them specifically so you wouldn't have in the composite score phonological awareness at the end of first grade to predict end-of-year outcomes in second grade. So the way that most of the current traditional screeners have been designed in this space is to achieve exactly what Dr. Kim was saying is we don't, by default, administer a phonological awareness test on the majority of screeners in the middle of first grade. It's dropped. Why is it dropped? Because it no longer has the ability to predict and add and account for what might happen in the future. Nor do we actually measure letter knowledge. So when you get to first grade, the constructs that are being measured are shifting to address what was concerned and talked about. That's the point that I wanted to make is the way that most are constructed address this. And that's why we use the composite score to do this, is because that's the most reliable indicator, not the subcomponents, which is a real concern that many people, and I'm assuming that I won't speak for Chair Kim, but when we start to use subcomponents to start classifying students with these universal screeners, and I've heard others on this start to raise this concern, that gets to be problematic because we don't have the same psychometric properties, the same types of values for those subunits. But again, that's just to give awareness and conversation around it. And they're designed to do that, and they're designed to be modular and have things drop off systematically to increase the ability for them to predict the future.
Thank you. So I'm going to suggest, I'm looking at the time, I'm going to suggest that do you have any other concerns or pieces that you want to note about this? If not, let's proceed. All right. Mr. Brunetti, Do we have any other people that, the group that
Gotten
needs?
through criterion 4 and all the validity parts. I'll just quickly summarize. There's matching the review elements, language for the statements in content and criterion validity. And then I think the only other change was to, under moderate and minimal evidence, under criterion validity for D1, the second statement is to add for the overall group after reported for. So concurrent or predictive correlations are reported for the overall group. That's the addition. And some subgroups, and then so on and so forth. And then the same thing would happen in the minimal evidence statement. And the only other change was to remove the word partial from minimal evidence under that same criterion for D1. Otherwise, there are no other changes. Okay, moving on to evaluation criterion number 5, page 11.
Hold on, I'm sorry. We I had one more thing from our group on what is this, 3, with the types of decision rules. Under moderate evidence, we had suggested where it says some and acceptable evidence, removing the word and, so just some acceptable evidence. Or was I not supposed to go there?
Well, it's in a different place on here.
Oh. I could have been wrong.
Any thoughts? The rationale there was to include both quantity and quality, right? So some refers to quantity and acceptable is quality, and clear and compelling. So I think that was the rationale, but I just want to make sure. So if we remove and, would that change, or just it wouldn't change? Then we can take out and.
I like the parallel structure, so I like the and I think it's the same conversation we had an hour ago on a different topic, but it was the quality and the quantity. So I would say leave it. That would be but I could live with whatever at this time.
Any counter? All right, we'll leave it as is.
Okay. Okay, number 5. Let's stick with you, panel member Grasso, and your group. So 5 fits all on page 11 of the rubric.
For number 5, we had the same comment about the student demographics. If it's possible, if we could hyperlink some type of student demographics to see what they actually are. And then our only other comment was where we got the strong evidence under 5.1. If we could add some type of verbiage about ongoing or continuous around the resources and professional development, etc. And that was our only, that was our only comment.
So just to clarify that, you would say there are high quality, user-friendly, and ongoing resources, something like that?
High quality. I think maybe after high quality, comma, ongoing, comma, and user-friendly, or high quality, comma, continuous, and user-friendly.
Working. What are we adding? So by including ongoing, what additional information are we adding in there? And then is there any downside by doing that? I think if we add that, I think we have to consider it across all. Strong, moderate, and minimal there. Think about ongoing. And do we assume that any resources will not be ongoing? Will that be like just one time? Yes. Member Neeson?
It's been my experience that if you don't include the term ongoing, things would be limited in timeframes for access. So for example, if there were online resources, those might only be available to a district for a specified period of time unless otherwise stated. So I actually like the inclusion of ongoing or continuous in the strong, because then that means maybe in moderate or minimal, that implies that it's not ongoing, but the resources are available. And then in no, maybe there are no resources available. So to me, it makes sense to add it in that space. I agree with panel member Grasso and team.
I feel that if we include ongoing for strong, we should consider it for moderate as well. It seems to me resources should be available the entirety of the time that's needed, right? Oh, thank you. Member Wislin.
Yeah, I agree that it should be ongoing. I'm wondering, though, to me, it feels like it should go after readily available. That just kind of goes together. That are readily available, ongoing, and accessible to teachers. That just feels like a better place for it to me. Yeah. And I agree it should be in strong and moderate.
Yeah, and we were fine really with wherever it was going to go, but we were also looking at all the different groups, like parents, guardians. We wanted it to be something that could be accessed readily, and my experience is also similar to panel member Neeson, that oftentimes with publishing companies, it's time constrained, or it's a one-time thing, and then it's like, oh, it's gone forever.
Yeah. Is that all for your group on 5?
Yes, I'm sorry. That's all for us for 5.
So then, just to clarify, then that ongoing piece will not be included in the minimal evidence?
Correct. I have it as in the latter part of the sentence, and support that are readily available, ongoing, and accessible to teachers, school, and district leaders, and parents, guardians, but for both strong and moderate.
Thank you.
Chair Kim, you want to report on your group?
Oh, sure. The only piece that we have there is 5.1, minimal evidence. In the beginning, there are limited no resources for or lower quality. We wanted something to be included related to user-friendliness, because both moderate and strong do refer to user-friendliness, but we could not come up with a language. Is it my user unfriendliness or something? We could not think of wording. So that was where we stopped. Yes. Member Wilson?
How about low quality or difficult to access? Or that's still not great. But I get what you're saying. Yeah, because they're just difficult to access. I can't think of anything other than difficult to access.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I don't know if this matters, but the next page says not user-friendly. So if you want to keep it consistent, maybe use that.
That's just so easy. I love it.
So how would it read? So there are limited, no resources, or low quality.
Maybe, or low quality / not user-friendly resources.
Okay. There you go.
Okay. That's it for your group. Vice Chair Guerrero.
All right, so for 5, we want to bring your attention to 5.2 under the box strong evidence. This is about interfaces and data management systems. One recommendation would be, when you look at the box under strong evidence, it's the last couple of words is including the ability to assign various user roles. And one of the things we would like to add is the statement and integrate into a district data system. And I'm going to have panel member Neeson kind of elaborate on that a little bit more.
Yeah, just coming from a big district perspective, I was thinking about the idea of differentiating between strong and moderate, in the fact that in a strong data system, a school district could ingest that data and also give the data back to whatever the platform or assessment tool might be, so that there's a two-way line of communication
both, just kind of like we do with CASP, how we send the data back and forth, that has to be some sort of capability, and maybe that could provide a stronger rating for someone that does have that capability.
And we're bringing it to the panel for discussion. It's not just what do you think? Do you think it's necessary? Does that limit us in that particular item? Because we were also talking about if you have a really good screener, but it doesn't have that interface or that ability to communicate. But the point is there's a lot, and panel member Neeson did make the point that there's a lot of districts large districts. I mean, I come from a small district, but not everybody is like me. But I know that there are large districts other than LAUSD out there. So what do you guys think? Opinions, please.
I think it's good to put it in there, and I think the part about your concern about would that rule out any schoolers or screeners would come in the next discussion when we talk about how we're going to implement this rubric. So I think it's good to put in there.
It would only go in the strong evidence box.
Can you repeat what you'd like to add? It's at the end, correct?
Yes. So it'd be, and integrate into a district data system, period.
I think it should say, and have capability to integrate into a district data system.
Okay. So, and have capability to integrate into a district data system. Sorry.
Integrate into or integrate with?
Ooh, with
district data system. Okay. So at the end of strong, it'll read as is, and then at the end it'll say, and have capability to integrate with a district data system.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. I think that concludes section 5. So the changes again, we're adding ongoing after the word available and strong and moderate evidence under 5.1, as well as after adding not user-friendly after low quality and minimal evidence. And then for 5.2 under strong evidence, the addition that we just mentioned about integration with the data system. All right. Last one, number 6. Vice Chair Guerrero, we'll start with you and go back around the...
For number 6, we do not have any recommendations for changes. So we like it the way it is.
Chair Kim, your group?
Our group did not get to it.
Member Grasso?
We have no feedback.
Two to one, that means we win.
Works for me. All right. So thank you so much, Mr. Brunetti. Ms. Holmes, our next steps.
So I suggest that we move to public comment, and then while we are doing public comment, I will put together a motion that I think reflects the discussion that we had today, so that we can go to the vote, if that works for you, Chair Kim.
Sounds great. All right, so we'll open the phone line for the public comment. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the phone number and the access code that will be displayed on the slide. Okay. Are there any speakers signed up to provide public comment in person?
There are none.
All right. Is there anyone waiting to provide public comment on the phone line?
There are none.
Thank you, panel. Is there any further discussion? Yes, Member Martinez?
I had a question about the public comment that was submitted, specifically about the criteria.
I'm pausing, I'm thinking. Thank you. All right, so let's open up.
On the public comment?
Public comment that was submitted, right? Yes.
I was just wondering if we were going to be considering it. I'm not suggesting that we do. but I also don't have it open. I can't tell you exactly, but basically it was to suggest some additional criteria be added that we then in some ways give a priority for the, what is it, the like SBAC, ELA, grade 2 assessments that were formative in nature. I have to pull up the thing. I'm just.
Are we, yeah?
Yes, I remember that one.
I wonder if we're thinking of the same one. The question raised was that if they could keep the ones that they've already are using currently as the screeners.
Or I thought there was to consider them. Honestly, when I read this public comment, I realized I have to do a little bit of homework on it because I have to go back and read the diagnostic assessments for students in grade 2 for English language arts of the CDE. So I need to go back and read that. And then I wanted to go read some of the codes that she mentioned because I am not familiar with them. Or if I'm familiar with them, I didn't realize that they were already approved by the state board for a different panel or for a different issue. So the way I saw this public comment is I have some homework, and I was going to actually ask. I mean, I think they're hyperlinked, but it was because I printed it. But I was just going to go do some homework on this. So I don't know enough yet to speak on it, but I do want to know what they are.
So my reaction was that our job is really to think about our evaluation is based on the review elements and the review evaluation criteria and based on the rubric. So what this is asking, to my reading, is actually adding 2 additional pieces. And so the first one is, consider the diagnostic assessments. That's already part of the CDE. The other one is whether or not reading difficulty screener is already being implemented. These are beyond what we currently have. And this, it will substantially change. I don't know. To me, quality of instrument application that's specified in the review elements document and the rubric is really the key. Member Neeson?
In my reading of this, it seems as if it's basically saying it would preclude people who are not already on this list if we were to add this criteria. So I don't think it's necessary because we are basically creating a new set of criteria to sort of replace what's already in that diagnostic assessment for students in grade 2. So it's in addition to, I guess, more than anything, because we're talking about a screening tool rather than a diagnostic as another piece to consider. I don't think that we should consider this criteria, in my view, just because I think these items that are in here will probably rise anyway once we implement the rubrics.
And goals are different. Diagnostic and screening are different. Member Wilson?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking, is that it's a somewhat different purpose. So I thought it would just kind of convolute the whole scenario a little bit too much.
Thank you. Member Guerrero? Vice Chair Guerrero.
True, and it's good to have these public comments because it does start a conversation with us, and it's also, they're informational. I mean, the more stuff we have, and I mean, like I said, I am going to do a little bit of homework on this, and even though it's just good to hear what people are thinking. So
Absolutely.
So keep them coming.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Holmes?
All right, so staff have worked together to create a recommendation that we think reflects the many edits that were recommended today. Keep in mind that the staff were taking detailed notes of all the things that were discussed and clarified any details that were necessary to make sure that we're fully capturing your edits. So if you could show the slide, please. Thank you. So this is the recommendation. If you agree with this recommendation, then we would suggest it as a motion. Our recommendation is to approve and recommend the scoring rubric to the State Board of Education with the following changes as specified. Incorporating changes from item 5 to the rubric, reconciling the numbering of the rubric with the evaluation criteria, adding the name of each review element as a header to the corresponding section of the rubric, making formatted changes as specified to provide, evidence was not the right word there, emphasis was the right word there, we'll make that change. Hyperlinking student demographic information to the subgroups and criteria number 5, and then making wording changes as specified and described to staff for criteria 1.3, 2.1, 2.2, 3.1, 4A.1, 4D.1, 5.1, and 5.2. Now we'll change this to emphasis.
All right. If the panel member, the panel members have any questions or comments on that? If not, if the panel is satisfied with the edits, do I have a motion?
Yeah.
Member Wilson?
Oh, I needed to slide up there so I could read it. But I'll make a motion to approve the recommendation as specified on that slide. That's not there anymore.
Thank you. I have a motion by panel member Wilson. The recommendation to approve as specified. Did I say it correctly? Do I have a second? Member Gravelin, thank you. Thank you. I have a second by panel member Gravelin. All right, before we vote, do we have any further discussion item or questions or comments? Member Martinez.
Yeah, I just want to also then, I guess, bring up that we're also agreeing that we'll be returning to the classification accuracy within the context of the interpretation of the rubric.
In terms of how we actually get to implement. Yes, thank you. All right. Ms. Holmes, would you please call the roll?
Certainly. Member Grasso?
Yes.
Member Gravelin?
Yes.
Vice Chair Guerrero?
Yes.
Chair Kim?
Yes.
Member O'Brien?
Yes.
Member Odegaard?
Yes.
Member Neeson?
Yes.
Member Martinez?
Yes.
Member Wilson?
Yes.
Motion passes 9-0.
Thank you so much. Now let's move on to item 7. Item 7 is the discussion of implementation of the draft scoring rubric. This item is an information item, and there will not be a vote, and it will include presentation by Matt Brunetti from Wested, as well as a quick study session. We should have enough time, not enough time, some time, and guided discussion for panel members facilitated by, again, Jennifer Zoppel from Wested. As members may recall, we anticipate approving the request for submission package at the June panel meeting. This discussion will directly inform the work of staff in preparing for that package for us. Mr. Brunetti, whenever you're ready, please begin your presentation.
Hello again, everybody. Matt Brunetti from Wested. So as Chair Kim has mentioned, this is an information session only. There will be no vote at the end of this session, but the purpose is to focus on and discuss the minimum acceptable requirements based on the rubric. So she gave a nice summary in the previous item about that. As you recall from our looking at the rubric all day or all afternoon, and from the previous slides, this is sort of the outline of that. The rubric structure, which still is relevant after that last item. And when you think about how now you're going to apply that, it might look like something like this for somebody, where you have ratings, strong, moderate, and minimal across all these rubric criterion. So it leads, including some comments that you might all have in there. So it begs the question, what are those minimal acceptable requirements? Is that pattern of X's essentially acceptable to you all? So during a discussion, we're going to ask for you to focus on that. What are the minimal acceptable requirements based on the rubric? You might start to consider what are the minimum acceptable ratings for each of those aligned rubric criterion, or you might consider what are minimal acceptable ratings or criteria for each review element, the section, or some combination of both, or some other hybrid of that. So I just wanted to quickly provide you with just like some quick examples. These are just examples to get your brain starting to think about the use of the rubric. So this is an example of one of them where it could be a more points-based rubric where you assign points values of 2, 1, and 0, for example, to strong, moderate, and minimal. And then you have 2s and 1s and 0s across the way, which can provide a review element score and an overall score. And then you might decide something about some sort of minimal score required for either each row of this, each criterion, or each review element. Something else, another example might be not assigning points, but looking at the patterns of the ratings and then coming up with an overall review element rating based on your previous ratings, and then coming up with some sort of idea about whether it's going to be recommended or not recommended, or some sort of hybrid of that as well. So those are just two examples just to kind of get you start to thinking about how this would look once you start to complete and evaluate instruments. I'm going to keep going just in the sake of time, so I won't pass this over to my colleague Jen. So again, just like all of our study sessions today and in the past, all of these conversations are open to the public. The meeting room will be recorded, continued. Each group will have a leader responsible for sharing out. We're going to use the same groups as last time. Any written notes are for your personal use only. And then all feedback regarding the rubric, content, and scoring will be shared via oral report at the end of the session. So here are the details. Again, we're focusing on implementation. I know implementation is more, you've already alluded to that, is more beyond just minimal acceptable criteria, but this is, again, as Chair Kim mentioned, this is the start of this conversation, and that we anticipate that it will continue, but we wanted to have the idea around minimal acceptable requirements first. Idea generation only. There will be no vote at the end of this. The WestEd and SBE staff will be available for questions if you need to ask any of them. And then again, there's the same groups and the same lead of the group to share out after the end. I'll leave the discussion questions up here. I don't know if they'll continue to stay up, but again, just to remind, minimal acceptable requirements across the whole rubric, either row by row or in by review element, and that will help guide you through the discussion. Any clarifying questions around the process? Okay.
A real quick question. I didn't remember it's a long day. I'm partly to blame for that. But are we assigning values? Normally there's some kind of a value threshold. There's values assigned. There's percentages. There's points available on these rubrics. I just saw those X's. Is that a decision we're talking about?
I had two examples. There's one example with points assigned and one with X's. Yeah, so that's something you're talking about. Yes.
And typically on the points ones, it'll be there's a total number of points and what percentage of those points are earned by certain things, by a certain category. Are we just going to you're going to weight them, you're going to add them up?
So yep, that's also up for discussion and ideas. I think we hear from everybody's experience.
Cool.
Thank you.
Awesome, thank you.
Again, the point is what's recommended versus not that dichotomy decision, okay? We're not going to talk about, nuances beyond that. So as with item 6, member order card will be moving off screen during the study session to allow for audio streaming for the whole room. Member order card, would you confirm that there's nobody in the room? You are participating from remotely?
Yep.
Will you confirm that if someone does enter the room during the study session, you'll let staff know that you can announce?
Apology. I said yes. Apologies.
Thank you. I had to ask 2 questions, so that's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. So Mr. Odegaard will stay on the Zoom until Mr. Brunetti has concluded presentation. Okay.
The presentation is concluded. We're going to shoot for 20 minutes of the study session time.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
of the bags of cookies right after lunch, but there was only like 1 or 2 left when I grabbed it. I tried those, but they're not good.
Okay, thank
Maybe,
you.
but maybe they suit you.
These are all savory.
Oh. Thank you. Okay. All right.
Hi there, Tim. Thank you for being so patient with all the questions. No.
So I have like a note paper thing for us. It goes kind of through 4 different questions. Should we just start with the first question? What are the minimum acceptable requirements an instrument must meet for the panel to recommend it to the state board of education?
I mean, I think in order to answer those questions, we have to first kind of brainstorm what sort of scoring system we would use for this. I feel like these questions are, I know, seriously, please. Right. Yeah.
So, okay, so I guess we should start with that, like how we would score.
I mean, I don't see how we can be prepared to answer that question right now without first coming to some sort of idea about how we would score it. Like, this is not my prime time. 417 is not my prime time.
So, when you say how to score it, you're meaning like, would you weight these?
Yeah, are they different? Are we doing a 2-1-0? Are we doing a percentage? Yeah, is there weighting? Yeah. Because those were, the examples were just X's. Because those were just examples. It wasn't like you need to choose between those. They were ideas.
Meaning like you like how strong, moderate, and then stiff types under that category.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. You broke up for a little bit there, but you're back. So, what? I don't know how to start this. So,
I mean, here's my bottom line is we have some things in here like this. Here's an example. Okay, so like something like page 6, number 2. If the screener were to meet the minimal evidence of limited resources that are available for families, like something like that, and not great, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's a deal breaker. But if you're meeting the minimal evidence and something like they're not reporting sensitivity and specificity, or they're, no better than your, like, I feel like some of these, if you're there at minimal evidence, are going to be deal breakers, but not necessarily all of them. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like we've been talking about it, we just haven't like. Well, it's not gonna help us. So, the first one is, what are the minimum? I'll try it anyway. What are the minimum acceptable requirements an instrument must meet for the panel to recommend it to the state board of ed? The second one, very similar, but a little bit deeper. What are the minimum acceptable ratings for each aligned rubric criteria? The third one, what are the minimum acceptable ratings or criteria for each NFU? Description of assessment values, supplementary communication on resources. So what? So aren't I thought those were zero. Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, you froze.
Just tell us, what do you think? When you say average, you mean? Yeah.
Right. But I think the difficulty with answering this question is, in order to be able to answer it, if we answered it in that way, then we are excluding the possibility of weighting the different criteria in different ways. And so that. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I appreciate it.
because you know you are this first setting. And so you can kind of think about it like this: like one, you first test that you pass is you have this 80%. Second pass is you have at least a moderate in these specific categories.
Third is like no deal breaker. No of these deal breakers is minimal evidence.
Yeah.
Are there, do you know off the top of your head, are there any things in here that you would say is a total deal breaker for them to score minimally? Because like that's kind of an easy one. Or one of the things you think is yeah. I have to make sure I have something when they get to share out again. So do you mean, because there's two sections of that, I think you mean 3.1, right?
Page, yeah, 3.1.
3.1.
I think that's what you're talking about, page 5. I mean, I can't think of any of those that I would be okay with a minimal.
We can say all. We can say all of section, what section is that? All of section 4.
I mean, what's the point of a screener if one person isn't as reliable as the other person in administering it, or you know, any of these like. By the way, she just gave us a 5. She gave us a 5 in the morning.
I would say item 1.2 about the concept, and that's really one of the main things here. I would say that has to probably score moderate or strong. Because if they have, this is going back to all of these things. If there's limited or unpredictable.
My take on it is, what if they, like, their strengths in this is going to be evidence based on that psychometric explanation, and so maybe they just didn't, maybe they did a poor or better job of actually explaining it.
Specification for each grade are aligned with theoretical rationale and empirical evidence for the inclusion of constructs. So that's interesting because that could mean what's your reasoning for including tautological awareness, but then
exactly. So maybe you included all of that, right? And maybe that's relevant in terms of how good of a screener it is, but maybe they did a poor job in their actual explanation and rationale of it. And maybe they didn't give really strong, even though we know the evidence is there, maybe they didn't do a good job explaining it. I don't know if that's a deal breaker if they didn't explain it well enough.
Or maybe they chose something that measures chronological awareness, but it doesn't measure it well, meaning it doesn't meet the reliability criteria, but it's
right, but
they're saying
exactly. They can talk themselves into it, but if they chose actual tasks that are too difficult or too lenient, then it's going to catch them in the psychometric insertion 4.
Okay, so I'm gonna leave that one off for now. What do you think about 2.2? I feel like if that comes back minimal, 2.2, teachers are gonna have a really hard time. Right.
I mean, I can see it being a computer-based test and there being relatively little description. Turn the computer on and then it's, you know, like. Sure. Do you think a minimal evidence in 2.2 is a deal breaker?
I do, but also I don't think it's I'm gonna put it on the paper so it's yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I have all 4.
So, I don't think we can say many more without just saying the whole test.
Yeah.
Okay. Back to the whole group. Oh,
Okay. All right, Tim, we're going back to the other.
Yeah, they can hang around my house. All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate your flexibility and willingness to see it again.
No problem.
Okay, inviting the panelists back to the dais, please, for our whole group conversation. As we wait just a moment for panelist Wilson to come back, just a reminder that we'll have the report out with a brief conversation. We'll come back to this conversation in future meetings. We do need to make room for public comment at the end of this item, and then the general public comment, which is item 8. So I just want to make sure everyone has that in mind as we get moving forward. So for our format for the report out, we really need to keep track of time because I know folks have flights and other things that they have to get to. So I will try to move us along fairly quickly. I want to make sure that each group has an opportunity to share out. So we'll have each group share their feedback. Before we move on to the next group, we will discuss any feedback and then move to the next group. Okay? So let's go ahead. Vice Chair Guerrero, may we start with your group? Oh, and I note that panelist Odegaard is here with us.
Yes, and I'm in my room by myself.
Thank you.
Okay, so for number 1, you just wanted me to go down the list or just share what we have?
Just go ahead and rattle off your high points in terms of your key questions or key takeaways that you want the group to be aware of heading into our next conversation.
Okay, so we'll start with number 1. With number 4 on this paper was other thoughts or considerations is that we do like the idea, we would like to have like some type of numbering system or point value system or a weighting system to kind of give it weight and merit so that way we can figure it out much easier. Number 3 is minimal acceptable rating is that we think, with the exception of number 6, number 6, we would not accept any minimal evidences on anything from 1 through 5, but on number 6, we would accept a rating of minimal evidence.
So when you're listing 1 through 6, just for clarity for the public, that's the evaluation criterion, number 1 through 6 on the rubric, that 1 through 5 you would want to see moderate or above, and that number 6 would be acceptable in the minimal category?
Correct.
Thank you.
The way we think is that if you get a minimal evidence and anything within 1 through 6, we might not accept that as a valid tool. And we think in terms of priority, we think that within the discussion battery of assessments, number 1 is the high point. And we think that's an important part of it, and when we're screening. So again, that's why we said we wouldn't accept any minimal, and I think that's the high points. So I won't belabor it. That's it.
Okay, thank you. And thinking it through, I think it does makes more sense to hear from all groups and then discuss. So sorry that I have it the opposite way before. So let's go to the next group and then we will discuss. So panelist Grasso?
Sure. So we did just kind of some high-level thoughts on kind of all of the questions. We were just brainstorming different ways that we might rate the rubric. One idea that we were tossing around was kind of saying, would we take all of the scores and average them and say, is there a bare minimum percentage that they need to have as an average? We also were thinking of maybe doing something like a tiered approach where they have to meet criteria 1 and they have to move on to meet criteria 2 and then move on to meet criteria 3. And then we were talking about some different categories that we would not accept a minimal evidence rating. And we had all of section 4, section 3.1, which was the language proficiency information, and section 2.2, which was the administrative procedures. And that's pretty much all we got to.
Okay, thank you very much. And Chair Kim.
Thank you. So we thought that 1.3 and 2.3, which is instrument in languages other than English, they will not be applicable for instruments that are available only in English. And there were 2 evidence statements level that we thought that we would allow minimal evidence to be considered for recommendation, and that is 5.2. That is the interface in district data system piece. And then the other one is 6.3, which is about user prior experience. That could be minimal evidence, still could be recommended. One clarification point is 6.2. When we talk about multiple languages, we're talking about by multiple, we're talking about more than one. Right? So if an instrument has information on English and additional language, that is considered multiple. That's it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. So let's go ahead and open up to the panel if there are any clarifying questions or feedback that you want to offer based on what you heard from other groups. And again, no decisions are being made today. This is just an opportunity to hear each other's thinking. Panelist Wilson.
We, like Member Grasso talked about the bare minimum percentage average. We also talked about having a definite cut point, and that we would like it to be somewhere where the tool had to have a significant amount of scores in a strong evidence category to get that cut point. So that was one thing we talked about.
Thank you. Yes, Panelist Neeson.
So I know Vice Chair Guerrero talked about this, but just to reiterate, we just felt it was really important that you kind of think about the sections as a whole, and that the description of the assessment battery is the most important part for us of the rubric. And then psychometrics come second to that, and then the communication and resources would follow third. So in line with that, that's why we said that in the category like number 6, in terms of the review elements, we felt that would be the area where we might accept a minimal rating, but we wouldn't accept that in any of the other categories.
Thank you.
I want to note that if we use score approach, one of the very important thing is there are different ways of getting a total score. So, right? So you could have very strong in everything but one that could be critical, right? So we should consider that into our consideration. Member Wilson.
Yeah, related to that, that's why we had some areas where we were like, yes, but they also can't have this. So it's a both and. The score, and they can't have the minimal evidence in certain categories, which is most of them.
Thank you. Additional comments or questions?
Are we ready to move to public comment?
I am. All right, we'll open the phone line for public comment. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the phone number and using the access code provided on the slide. Are there any speakers signed up to provide public comment in person?
There are none.
Is there anyone waiting to provide public comment on the phone line?
There are none.
Thank you. Do any members have further discussion on this item?
There are none.
Yes. I like the pitch tone too. That concludes this information item. Now let's move on to item 8, general public comment. Okay, we will take up this item. Public comment is invited to any matter not included on the printed agenda. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so in person or by calling the number shown on the public comment line. On the slide, there is there anyone signed up to provide public comment in person?
There are none.
Thank you. Anyone waiting to provide public comment on the phone line?
There are none.
All right. I hereby adjourn April 19, 2024, Reading Difficulties Risk Screener Selection Panel meeting at 4:46 p.m. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.